Yo, what's up, guys? Week back again. We're playing in ChinoizeCup, playoff top cut for the month. Uh, we did start. I forgot to turn on the thing. We just started a few seconds ago. Are you on the die roll? This is a best of 3. We're against Ace, of course. Could just throw out our Sabo. Throw out the Sabo. Kills. We could actually even defend it if we wanted to. 3 cards. Is that too much? There we go. 3 cards. 5. We'd be at. It's interesting, actually. I think I want to do that. Because we could also let go. I think we don't let go, though. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, and then should go 6 with leader first. I guess the only problem now is we're low on hand size. You can kill both. It was bad. That's fine. Alright, that's a stupid card. We can kill everything actually with this. Probably fine though. I forgot. I actually. Let's start public. Let's see. What is he on again? He's on 2 ace. Okay. I should pay attention. That card's pretty annoying. Oh, no 2Ks? That's awkward. I guess I did throw away 2. To be honest, in hindsight, I probably actually should have only done that play if I had the other card. This is interesting though. Is he? So he does do it, but then still playing with let's go face. pick that actually. Slow, slow. Hmm. Good swing out this new gate. I don't think you want to do that though. I mean, if you save this ace, I will swing into his new gate. Just feels so crazy. I mean, I guess. Cause now I guess maybe we do lose everything, but yeah. Okay, I guess. We'll see. So yeah, we do lose our whole board now. Probably need a 10 cash shanks to do that play. Damn. Let's see here. Let's kill his new gate. Hmm. Guess you also don't have to do that. Let's see. Another one. Okay, let's see what we have here. This, I guess we have to swing 6. Man, this ace is just going to destroy me. I have to stop tossing the limb. We just lose regardless. Two. I mean. Okay. Really shouldn't keep that hand. Interesting hand, actually. I guess the problem is we don't have any 3 cosplay. Definitely swing 6 here. Throw out the Sabo. Okay, let me search first. Just another Shanks. Oh my gosh. Man, if I get bullied by the stupid ace again when I don't have the limb, it's gonna be really annoying. It's probably gonna happen. Yes. I just can't find limb. So stupid. Okay. It's actually just like so annoying that we can't find, or that this card when we don't have 1 cost limb or 3 cost limb is just so annoying. Oh, there it is. We need this card. Okay. Swing at that, but we'll swing face this time. I'll just keep the limb because of this ace now. Yo, what's up, Corona? How's it going? He just negates. I guess he can get a card if he wants. He wants to search. Good, got a card. Actually, let's see. 8, 2. I guess it'll actually be 8. Are we scared of another ace? If he bounces it, do we need this limb anymore? Let's see. 3. I guess if he bounces it, then technically we're scared of him killing both our Odysseys, maybe? Because then we'd be no more Mihawk access. Maybe not the third Shanks, I guess, too. Man, their Shanks incoming, pretty nice. True. Red rocks that and then plays. That's interesting. Let's see. I guess we can just ace the Marco too. Let's see, so Shanks is 4 cards. 3, 4. 1, 1. And then if we swing 12 again, we win. So we have beam. Wait. Yeah, because 12 is 4 cards, so 4, null, a null, and then, so we go 6, 6, 6. Oh, wait, no, 6, 6. Okay, yeah, this should be lethal. Unless he blocks. Now, the only problem is we have to win a game when we go first, which I guess is not as bad as it would be in Teemo. Okay, this is not a keepable hand. Ooh, this is a bad hand for going first. That's not good. That's not good at all. We kind of need a good hand for going first. Oh, that's actually really bad. We'll see. We do have, nah, I mean, which is kind of nice. But this is not a good hand. Do we save it? No, we don't save it. If it was not a, let's see. Go like these plus free sand itself. It's like non-existent start. I mean, at the end of the day, if we don't find a Shanks, we're gonna lose. So we just need to find a Shanks. Sabo, you're not Shanks. I'm sorry, Sabo. Hate to break it to you, Sabo. You're not Shanks. Might have to play this Sabra or something. I went to Jozu. The good news, he'll bounce back one of the cards that we play with Shanks anyways. It's not terrible. We can actually toss Hanami now. We don't need it anymore. It's gonna bounce back one of these two. Either one we'll take. So it's fine. Okay, now I think I kind of like that one better. No Dawn on leader too. So we always activate this first. 5 Dawn. We can go like 6, 6, 9. Potentially. See what he does. Yeah, 6, 6, 9. There's Shanks. Okay. The problem here is that if he swings face, this is a little scary. We'll see if he does it. That's interesting, actually. Because we don't actually care that much about that card. Let's see. think we actually probably would save our Hell's Judgment. So what's gonna happen is he won't use his thing because we're not gonna use it. Ooh, actually? I just let go. I think maybe I just let go. Yeah, I think we just let go. Oh, that's kind of rough. Red rocks. Oh, interesting. Okay, this guy's a little bit annoying, but at least he didn't. I guess too passive to swing though. Yeah, this isn't good. Okay, let's see. I guess we might be kind of dead if we don't leave Dawn up. Like a lot of Dawn up. And then we have to go for game next turn. Seems kind of difficult. Takes. So if we go 8, we don't really leave enough down. We need to leave up enough down for both Hell's Judgment, to be honest. I guess we do. Wait, is he on pudding? He's on 1 pudding. Oh, this is his only pudding. So he can't pudding us. Let's see. So we're safe if we leave up 5 Dawn. Not only are we safe, actually, he's scared of us too. Could also just swing like 9 with this and not play this. I guess that makes the most sense. We do kind of lose to like a red rock trigger though. Okay, about that. Wait, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Oh wait, don't we just lose to him at everything on ace? Actually? I think we do lose to that, right? Yeah. I'm stupid. I guess we maybe maybe he has enough. That's a little scary. So let's see. I guess we would just go 12, 12, 12. Hope that last trigger isn't red rack. Let's hope. Oh. I think he has it. Yeah. Oh, that was close. GG. I threw that first game, so we kind of deserved to lose. I wasn't ready to play yet in the first game. GG's, yeah. Thank you for the resub, Joyboy-san. Hey yo, let's go, let's go. Okay. Oh man, we were faced against another ace-2 with Direwall. Yeah, I just threw that first game. That was kind of stupid. I guess also, let's see. I could have judgmented and then hit ace or Jozu and ace, and then we say one swing onto one of our characters. Maybe I should have done that. Yeah. I guess I could have also done like 6, 11, 11. That would be worse, right? Oh no, it's not 6 because they're already leading. No, it had to be 12, 12, 12. Okay, let's see. Oh my gosh. If I were 1, 2, Everyone's already qualified. So I need to win the first game, basically. Well, no, actually, I had to win the next game after because I had faced the only person that hasn't qualified. So for the end of the year, it's such a fumble. I guess. Yeah. The first game that I see second Shanks. I guess I didn't see second Shanks first game, but I definitely shouldn't have defended the Sabo. I was like, ooh, I actually can defend the Sabo, so I'll defend the Sabo. But I didn't have. I needed to have the limb follow up to toss 3 cards. Oh yeah, also the ace play. That's right. We got punished for defending that because of the ace play too. I should have played some warm up games before playing. Cause I was like, yeah, not ready for the first game. Okay, I can see YouTube chat now. How did you throw? I came late. So the last game that we just played, we played fine. I mean, we lost by 1K counter. I'm not mad at that. Or yeah, we lost. Like he had the exact counter, right? I think we probably could have swung. I remember if we we were swinging face. I don't think we were doing bad swings for the most part. Although I think I did swing fate or board. 9 into the Jozu. I didn't have to. We also, yeah, we're bluffing the Foxy Power even though we never had it. Is that it? Or is it earlier? That's it. Because we lost. We went 1-2. We lost the first one, then we won the second one, and we lost the first one. Okay. I guess we just play ranked games now. Wait, let's see what your message is. The Limb Master himself, thanks. GB Gade, hope you're doing well. Let's go. Are you muted or is it just me? Was it? Was I muted before? I don't know. Do you have any tips for the ace matchup? Cerebral asks. Yeah. Oh, that was the other thing. That Cisco's ace is a really good read. That card is really annoying for Lim. Like we kind of need the 3-cost Lim for that card not to be like extremely annoying. Oh, that was the other thing. So the first game I threw twice. So I over defended when like normally I would just let the Sabo go. But I was like, ooh, we have 3 2Ks. We can defend the Sabo. So I defended the Sabo, which was stupid. And then what made it worse was that we what's it called? was I gonna say? Oh yeah, yeah. So we didn't. There, I think in the first game, there's a point where we tossed, like later in the game, that we tossed a limb with an L when we were like 10 cost shanks and an L because I cleared our board. We tossed a limb because we were like, oh, we won't need it again. But they, even though to be fair, it's a public list and they're only playing 2 aces. But I even see like the fact that I defended this side was like really stupid on because that they're playing ace, which I could have known if I was paying attention and looked at the list. But I like was late again, so I just rushed. And so yeah, and then yeah, they bounce. I think they used bounce ace again, and then they were able to clear all of our Odyssey, which would not have been able to happen if we just got the 3 cost slam that we could have played from ace. So the matchup felt not great in my opinion before, but bounce ace feels bad. Worse. Wants to go second? Yes. You don't think the matchup feels? I think the matchup versus ace feels amazing. You know what's crazy? We didn't see a good hand both times. All 3 games, actually. We didn't see a great hand. The first game, we kept because of shanks, and then I was stupid. It was actually a good hand. I played the Sabo, and when you play the Sabo, you expect them to swing all into it, and it's fine because you just play the shanks. But I was like, we could defend it. Normally, I can't ever defend it, but I was like, I really can never defend this, so I just defended it. And like, it's... I mean, yeah, it's first game, and my brain isn't fully awake yet, so like, I'll do some stupid things sometimes. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'll just do that, you know, and then I just do the counter, and I was like, wait a second, why did I just do that? I don't have any 2Ks, I didn't draw any more 2Ks for the rest of the game. And they just killed both our characters on, they bounced 1 and killed 2 because of rush ace on the other one, which that wouldn't have happened if we just had a 2K, and we would have had more cards in hand too. So the rush ace is actually not that crazy. The key with rush ace is that it's really, it only feels really bad if you don't have 3 cost slim. If you have 3 cost slim, it feels better than Jozu. The other thing that's, I didn't really think about people playing 6 cost ace because there's a simple fix. You just play audio. So if you have audio or limb in hand, the card just as bad versus you. Which I mean, I could play audio. I could add at least 2 audios in. I just wasn't thinking about it. So yeah. Yeah. Wants to go second against ace. Yes, you want to go second versus ace. Unless you're on like the Zoro, well, actually no. Unless you're on the Magellan package. If you're on the Zoro package, they can just Red Rock your Zoro. Okay, let's see. But yeah, thanks again for the resubscribe, Joy Borsan. So what should we do now, guys? We have 4 hours, or wait, 3 hours until the TC matchmaking tournament because we lost first round. We fumbled. Of the playoff top cut. Big Match Fast too sleepy at 1 p.m. I mean, I wouldn't say I was like that necessarily a sleeper. It's just that like my game wasn't in the One Piece mind yet. It wasn't ready to play One Piece. Oh. Okay, well, this list is for top cut because as I predicted, it was mostly ace, 3 ace, and then there was another limb, and then there's two emu. But the emus both lost, which I kind of expected to happen. But I was fine with this list going emu too. But the key with this list is that I knew there was no Zero, and it was most likely to play against Ace. And I knew we were playing against Ace probably first round, so we played the two Nora Beam Sword. It's also public list. In a public list, you have to play at least one of this card to force Ace to play around at least. Because the key is we were doing that a lot in the Ace in that game. It might have looked weird, but the reason why is because if they attach those two Dawn beforehand, they swing so heavily. We're actually just like, unless we know that we can defend with Hell's Judgment, we just want to keep the two Dawn up for them to respect Nora Beam Sword, even though we don't even have it. And if they do have it, the main thing that Nora Beam Sword is used for, if they do have, is use a late game to rest their to make sure that they swing their new gate, or yeah, to make sure they swing the new gate basically, so I have extra blocker. Or if they want to go for Roger, you can also use this for that too, because you can just rest the Roger and new gate once they go for that. Yeah. Maybe this should also be one IO. It depends. I don't know if that many aces are really playing the 6-cost ace, because that card is like actually really annoying if you're not playing more copies of this, because you like need the limb not to get punished. Because there's no in between. It either feels really bad, or they bounce it and then you play your 3-cost limb and it feels great. You bounce it and you play your IO, it feels fine. So yeah, it's really no in between. Yo, what's up, Mushroli? Yurik, make a list with the IOs to play around Ace, 6-cost Ace. I don't think that many people are playing 6-cost Ace, but okay. You know what? We should adjust this list to play around 6-cost Ace. Because the key with IO actually is if you play more IO, that means you don't need as many of this. Let's get the essentials here first. See how crazy is this? I think more than 2 IA is excessive, because the main card you want is Limb. You just want to keep your Limb in hand just in case they do it, because Limb feels a lot better than IO. Because if they bounce your card with Ace and you have Limb, that means that they just gave you a card, because you're gonna replay this card and your card went back to hand. Whereas if they Jozu, you just lost card from board, which is like kind of bad. I guess the only thing you could argue is that the Limb isn't restood, so they just swing into the Limb and the Limb probably dies, but then your other characters survive. And so if it's like the normal setup where you have 3 or 2, then you either have a bigger hand and keep one character, or you have still a bigger hand and you have 2 characters. I guess if you play the IEO and you have 2 rested, then there's a chance that you could just keep your board, because they would just swing. I guess they would swing like 7, 8, so you would have to toss 3 cards though. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess actually Limb is like probably a lot better, because one of your characters is probably gonna die anyways. I guess actually if you keep if one of them dies, it's like the same as Jozu, because if they bounce a card back, then you just like you replace it and then you defend one, and you keep the others. Or no, you defend one, and then depending on how many characters you had, if it was 2 or 3, then you would keep the rest. And which would be the same as Jozu. But the problem with 6 cost ace is it really catches you off guard. Sometimes it can move your whole board, and that's what you don't want. How do you like Chopper in there? Chopper is just it's literally just it's the same thing as Sanji, just has counter. Uh, I think I kind of like it just because it's not the Sanji brick does come up, being bricked by Sanji. So yeah. This only problem is we also don't have that many film targets, which I guess is like somewhat fine. Play like 7th. We should be 8 at least, I think, actually. I could just drop this card. And then I do think also if yeah, I think also having that first character survive is like feels I think better into if they ace you. If they Joes you, I think it doesn't feel that bad if you do the Sabo play. Um Although I guess part of the problem was we didn't like we just let the we protected the Sabo, but I guess this could also be like this. Maybe this is 12 2Ks. Yeah, it could be like this. And then this like greatly increases our chance of having a 3-cost play, and you have 2 more to have a 4. Like if you're going second, you have 2 more to have that third card. 12 2Ks. It's probably good. I went 3-1s at locals, by the way. My loss was to Green Uta. It was a nightmare. Oof. My opening hand was Buena Festa, 3-cost Slim, DMG, Host Judgment. Ooh, 3-cost Slim left. That's rough. No counters protect Lim. Yeah. I mean, you probably... Oh. Yeah, I guess if you don't have any counter protect Lim anyways. Wait, so you went first? Went first. What was your Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough starting hand. Because you really don't want to play 3-cost Lim first. Are you one dice and you pick first? Why'd you pick first? It's okay. I won't judge. I had this crazy interaction when my opponent played Ciscas Ace as Ace Leader. He balanced my Enel while I could play Gordon. Show off. Ooh, that's a good one. Wait. Yeah, that's kind of crazy actually. That would actually, yes, naturally works is on the first curve because you're fine with minusing it on. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Because yeah, if you have 2 characters, then they always would swing. They have the 7-8 swing, so like having it cover the 8 swing, and then like having it cover 7 swings a bonus, but having it cover the 8 swing is pretty nice. And then yeah, you save both your characters. It's pretty good. I guess actually though, if they swing 7 first, then they can still swing face, so you still lose another card. So I guess since they bounce a card, it's really not that bad. Or wait, actually, I guess it depends on what their board was. So I value Goran really hard into that tech combo. That's fair. I mean, I think I I don't think I would actually want, because you don't want to hold judgment on the second curve. But the other thing is like literally if you just play a card, like if that ace is really bad. If that ace is a bad card, okay. The reason why it makes me mad because that ace is a bad card. If you just have a card to play, that card is terrible. It's literally a bad card. If you just need a card to be able to play after they bounce your card. And because that card is literally so bad, if we have 3-cost Slim, that's good for us. It's literally great for us if we have 3-cost Slim. But since we're unlucky and we're not playing IEO as well, so there's like not as high a chance, it's like, oh, they catch us off guard. Oh my gosh. We just lose complete value. We lose our 5 costs and they get to rush with the card. But like, it's really not a good card. It was very selecting at my locals. We were like, that's pretty funny. But I mean, I guess like as like it is pretty cool as like another option, because Nami doesn't work. if you stun a Dawn, like it technically does, but like it's the same reason why you wouldn't stun their Dawn normally. On the second curve. If you're on the first curve, you could actually though. If you're on the first curve, Nami still works as well. To be fair, if you're on the first curve, Nami still works to free as your Dawn. Yeah, actually, if you're on the first curve, you have like 10 targets to play around it. If you're on the second curve, you have just the Eliminatio. Well, actually, technically, no, you wouldn't play Buena because if it whiffed, it would just be bad. There's actually be no reason to play this because in hand is still a 2k, so actually it's, yeah. Let's see. Apparently second is way better. Second is just like versus any deck that can survive. Second's a lot better because of 10-cost Shanks. Versus aggro decks, you can make an argument for going first because that's what like even because before we would just play without the high and stuff and then we'd be faster and then we'd go first. Yeah. Saw someone running OP13 Green Law and 4 Magellans. Higher brick chance, but it can be very punishing against Emu and Ace if you hit and help stall to find Shanks. That's true. I've tried. Well, no, okay. I've tried. Actually, no, I have tried. I don't know how many green yellow law they're playing. I've tried doing that with like 2 green. I don't know if I was on 4. But yeah, it's really bricky is the problem. Finally, I can make a stream. Yo, what's up, Spectral TCG? How's it going? Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Do I normally like stream at bad hours for you? I guess this is like the same. I guess it's because I'm normally streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's pretty rare that I stream Thursday because normally there's no Chinoise. Yeah, normally there's no Chinoise, so I don't normally stream Thursdays. And it's just like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I guess I missed Monday this week too. Wait, is that true? Yeah, I missed Monday this week too. How's it going for you? Oh, you're a teacher, I see. So not free until like 3 p.m. Oh, and you're on the Pacific. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, I was like, well, you normally stream kind of later, but I guess yeah, if you're on the West Coast, then it's still early for you. So yeah, that makes sense. Cause I'm on the I'm Central, Midwest. So I'm 2 hours behind. Or not 2 hours behind. 2 hours ahead, not 2 hours behind. 2 hours ahead. 2 hours ahead. Big difference. Let's see. What's your thought? BSS considering 9 cost Zoro and Lim? When considering? You mean when I'm not considering 9 cost Zoro? I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. I didn't like 9 cost Zoro in the first place. So for me to play 9 cost Zoro, there had to be something to make me be like, ooh, I need to play 9 cost Zoro. And you'd be like, okay, what about Emu? And you'd be like, I'd be like, okay, technically, 9 cost Zoro is really good versus Emu, right? But the key is you don't need 9 cost Zoro. And then it's 9 cost Zoro significantly plummets your win rate versus Ace and Zoro and everything else besides Roger. Yeah, besides Roger. Which Roger, if they play the Judgment card, then it still dies. But versus Roger is ironically like decent too if you go first. And of course versus Emu if you go first. If you go second, the Shank would just be better. Let's see. But yeah, so basically, you know, if Emu was like it was like, you know, like how UP was like above everything else, where like now it's like Ace and Emu. If like Emu was like UP and was above everything else, and then Ace didn't have Red Rock, then I would consider playing Zoro. But that doesn't, it's not actually true, and Ace is almost more popular than Emu. You don't need Emu. You don't need Zoro to beat Emu, and 10 cost Shank's just the best high end anyways. So that's my thought process with considering Zoro, I guess. Guy tips versus green Zoro. I always smash everybody at my locals. Only lose to the finals versus a green Zoro. The key with green Zoro is this card is really good if you're like really confident to your locals, because like the other matchups, like realistically, if you get curve or you get a good hand, because that is the key. Versus Ace, if you get curve, you don't even need that good of a hand. Like if you play it well, because I like through that first game. If you play it well, because we had bad hand, like not great hands all 3 games. But if you play it well, Ace, if you get the second curve, you don't even need that great of a hand. But if you go first and you get a good hand or a great hand, then you also still just win. And so if you're like confident in those matchups, you can just bump Hell Judgment to like 4 versus Zoro to prepare for. You also place at 3 if you're playing at 2. And like as far as tips for green Zoro, the main thing is that I mean obviously you want the God combo of Lim plus Sabo, but otherwise you want to make sure your first card isn't rested. That's like really important. You don't want your first card to be rested. Especially, it's like really important versus if you go first. The key is that if your first card isn't rested, assuming it's not Lim, but Lim couldn't restand with that 1 cost Lim anyways, so that means you just didn't open Odyssey. But if your first card isn't rested and you go first, that means that they can't rest the card. So the worst thing they can do is they can swing into your they can play Queen and swing into your 1 cost, or actually no. They could do that, but I guess if we're just talking about any 1 cost, then the worst thing they can do is swing face. So if you just have your first Odyssey Risa going first, that's really important, right? And then you go 3 wide. And the key is on that, once you go to 3, you just don't want to lose 2 characters. If you lose 1, that's fine because you establish 2 more. Yeah, you just want to get to 3. And then you can lose 1 character turn because you know it's like same thing as playing against a deck that plays removal, right? They remove 1 character, that's fine because you have a wide board already. And then once you get to the late game, you actually not once you get to the late game, you basically want to. It depends actually, but Hell Judgment helps a lot. And then you want to survive 1 turn. The turn after you play Shanks, you want to go for game basically. For the most part, if it looks like if you have like multiple of this card and it looks like you can survive another turn, it's always better to survive another turn. If you're like pretty confident because you have enough of this that you can survive another turn. You have another Shanks, you can survive, or yeah, you have another Shanks and you think you can survive another turn, then you can even stall another turn. If you don't find this card and like maybe you go second, then sometimes you might not have enough time to stall or to survive another turn after the turn you play Shanks. And then in that case, you just want to have a DMG and go for game, that's like one of the hard parts though, is that deck plays so many counter. And you have to get through a lot of life. They have some annoying triggers too. So you really don't have to do that, but sometimes you have to, and sometimes it's a low chance, but it can work. And like if you know you can't survive, you just have to go for game with like Mihawk plays. So yeah, but the main card is this. You can also play Io versus Zero. This list isn't playing Io because we were just changing things around because we were salty because of 6-class ace. Because we were salty against 6-class ace. That's the reason why we just took this card out. But this card is also decent versus Zero. I don't know if I would play too many copies of it. So yeah. Harry, I did see you yesterday with Burger and Leafy. I was wondering why you play 4-cost Zura over 4-cost Uta. There's actually just one reason. I'm not even playing Mihawk in this build, which the problem with Mihawk is too inconsistent, but it's because we have 9 Straw Hat Searchers. That's the reason why we're playing this card over Film Uta. Uta's a film. Unfortunately, I would love to play Uta. Well, actually, the restand is like a really underrated ability on this card because you're basically playing a 2/5 that infinitely swings unless they play removal to remove it, which is kind of broken. But yeah, we can search it with 13 searches, which is really nice. But mostly, obviously, this could search Uta too. We just have 9 Straw Hat searches, and it's relevant because you can search it, and it also doesn't lower our Straw Hat count, which is pretty important because our Straw Hat count's like at 25. If you move the Zoro, it's like 21. Or our Straw Hat count's a lot higher. Our Straw Hat count of what Nami can search, because we're playing 9 Namis, is 25. And so if we move this, it's 21. This is like 27 because this is minus the events. Okay, let's see. Good stuff. Thank you. No worries. Is it worth... Okay, sorry. Wait. I'm going to go back to Twitch chats for a second. I'll answer your question in a second, Alex Wing. Let's see. Yeah, I'm testing with 2 Green Law and 2 Magellan to see how it feels. I think you have to, if you're going to go that route, I think you do have to go all, because I think the thing with Green Yellow Law, the 6-class law, I think if you don't commit to it, I don't think it's worth it. I actually don't hate because I'm making a guide. The thing that I put for that I'm going to put in the guide is I think that list is like extremely fun. My biggest concern with that list is that it is less consistent in my opinion, unless you're playing against Emu and you... Actually, yeah, if you're playing against Emu, I think it's fine. I think that list might be the best in the Emu because you play 4 Magellan, you play 4 Law, and the key is that you just need 1 Magellan, and that even if you go second, you just bounce your Magellan, then you put yourself a turn back, a full turn, like it is a full curve back, a full turn on curve back, and so it's just really annoying for Emu. The problem with that list though is that it's not as consistent to Ace, which is a big concern. Because if you high roll, or not if you high roll, but if you see like if Law sees the good stuff, that card's always broken. That's like the best green card in the game. But when you like don't see great cards to combo with Law versus Ace, 1, it's a brick. 2, they're bouncing back your bricks too, which adds on to the fact that you're playing more bricks in your deck. So yeah, it's interesting. I also think that list is actually maybe like might actually be kind of decent into... I haven't played enough into Green Zero because there's like not as many people playing Green Zero on ranked when I was testing it. But I think that list might also be decent to Zero, so I'm not... we can actually try it today. So I don't want to not play Lim, but obviously we're waiting for the next tournament because we lost the top cut in playoff in ChinoizeCup. So we're like just talking now, of course. But we can try the that list is super fun, or not that list, because my list would look different. But how is this build treating you? Build here. I'm not sure when exactly what point you like dropped in Spectral, but I'm assuming it was like right when you switched, I think. But basically what we played, or no, what we played was this. We played this in the top cut. We had die roll, and then the first game we kind of fumbled. We like kind of threw hard. It was our first game of the day. We weren't really awake. The second game we pulled it together. We didn't open a great hand again, but it was like fine. Like I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that we didn't open a great hand again. We won because we got to pick die roll again. We went first because they get to pick die roll, and then we lost by 1K counter. It was a very good game actually. They played it well. I think I played it well. It was a very good game. They're a great player too. So like, but yeah, I just threw that first game, and I technically don't know if I won the first game, but it just feels bad because we like obviously like in hindsight, if I was playing with like if I took a warm up game, my brain was awake, I would play that game so much better. But this is what we played, and this list I think felt fine because it's mostly to counter, or not counter, but it's mostly was ace in mind because I'm playing the second one. I was playing for Nami, by the way. I actually changed this for Nami to make sure that we have it for ace going first, and then we're playing the key with Sanji, because I think actually I saw you access too. But the problem with Sanji gets bounced by Jozu. And the key, if you play Chopper right, so you go second. I guess even if you go first. But let's go if you go second. Actually no, if you go first or second, okay. You go you play your first one. Hopefully it's not rested, but even if it is rested, actually no, yeah, we get our normal start right. We get one Coslim or a Buena plus Dofi or Mihawk. Okay, our first card survives, and then we get a 3-cost play. Or no, we're playing one of these, right? And we play in their Odyssey. If we play the Sanji and Odyssey, we're going to have one rested anyways, most likely, unless it's double Dofi. Or actually, I guess it could be like... Okay, most likely we'll have one rested. But even if we don't have one rested, we probably block... Because the only way we wouldn't have one rested if it was like Dofi. And if that was the case, we probably would actually block counter with the Dofi. But the point is, right, is that if we have the Jozu, or no, if we have the Sanji, they're going to bounce this with Jozu. And so the only way that we ever get rid of that card in that situation is an L. And the problem is that if we actually already had cards that we want to get rid of, it actually becomes kind of a snowball effect. But versus Chopper, versus Ace, right? I mean, yeah, it can. The thing could matter, but they're probably almost always bounce this card. But this card, since your other cards were already at 6, it actually doesn't matter that this card's at 6. And so they bounce one of your Odysseys, which is sometimes good anyways. Because sometimes you'll have Shanks and playing the Dofi back is actually fine. Obviously if it's Sabo, then that's the argument for Sanji, that you probably wouldn't care if they bounce to Sanji instead of Sabo. In that situation, that's actually just true. But the problem with Sabo is the only way you play Sabo is with Lim. So the highest chance of Odyssey being on your board is always gonna be Dofi, because Dofi's a priority. Dofi is the second priority with 1-cost Lim, and that's the first priority with Buena or the Gordon, which we're not playing Gordon in this list, but and then Sabo's only the priority with Lim. So yeah, kind of answered the Sanji question and the build question the same part, but you get the idea. What did we play on? Oh, we played this on Tuesday. Actually, this list probably isn't better. But this list was performing into Zero, which I appreciate that. This list is worse into Emu, but this list was performing versus Zero, so I'm not even mad at this list. Like I just wanted to beat Zeros that day. I was like, you know what? Because that's the other thing. Versus Zoro, because the game is faster, bricks are more punishing because you can't like. Because versus Ace and Emu, the time goes on, so you have a higher chance of seeing an NL, and you get to NL more because the game goes on so long. Versus Zoro, it's like kind of rush. Sometimes you're forced to counter early. Like it's a faster pace. So that brick can hurt a lot versus Zoro, but this obviously is and obviously if the Zoro swings into this instead of your Odyssey, you're like fine. Versus if they swing into your Sanji, it's like maybe I should protect it, but like I actually prefer my Odyssey characters, right? It's like it's kind of a dilemma. So yeah. But I like your 9-cost Aya. Okay, so but this list was that. This is like, ooh, wait. Actually, did I change this too? No. So this is the list still here. But I will say, I think my general adjustment for that list is that I just added this 5-cost shopper because of the reasons why I mentioned. I still have this as like my main list. This was actually literally this a few seconds ago until I went to change it because this is like basically we just made adjustments because 6-cost Ace is really annoying, which I'm not sure if Aces are switching to that. But if Aces are switching to 6-cost Ace, we probably will play something closer to playing like this IO. Because it's like needed. Also, I see you swap. Also, this was like 12 minutes ago, but I've been answering your question. Thanks a lot for the sub, Spectral TCG. Okay, answer that one right. I liked it for his Zoro matchup a lot. Wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like the IO from the Zoro matchup too. I do think if you play like this, I do think this is also like fine into I really probably should. The reason why I play it like this though is because you're playing the Hell Judgment, and so if you're playing Hell Judgment, they can just go and we're playing 4 of this, and so basically versus Zoro on 9, we want to go play 2 more characters and then leave a Dawn up or 2 Dawn up. I mean for this. Sometimes even 3 Dawn up actually. The reason why also is because the reason why it's like really relevant is because we really want to find this card because there's a higher chance of finding it, so we would just annul on 9. It really should be this because this is just a safer way to help with Zoro. And Io is also better into Emu. I mean, technically, it's probably better into Ace too, even though it's not really amazing versus Ace. It's not bad. Yeah, I agree. Huge concern against Ace. I think we're talking about Zoro. Yes. Right now, I'm trying to get a sweet spot of 10 to 12 bricks. I don't count events as bricks at the moment. I don't count events at bricks either. But I played 12 true bricks in 6 events. I might jump Hell Judgment to 3. I think Hell Judgment to 3 is probably... The problem with Hell Judgment to 3 is like... Because the problem with Hell Judgment to 3... Because I don't mind Hell Judgment at 3 when I'm playing against a community that can't see my list and knows I played Norbeam Sword before. The problem with Hell Judgment at 3 is means you basically have to play 7 because this has to be 3, and you have to play one of this if it's an open list. You have to play at least one because then you can't bluff it. And if you can't bluff it versus Ace, it's really bad if it's not even in their mind. So you have to play 7 if you play 3 of Hell Judgment, which is like... It's fine, but that means you have to like make space elsewhere, and it's like, oh, it's so tough. So like because I think at locals, to be honest, if I was playing locals, I don't play locals that much. And actually, the closest thing in locals I'll play is Chinoize, but a lot of times I play tech lists, trying out things. But like lists I still think are good, of course, but I would play like 3 and 3 of this, and then like every once in a while add this back in. If it was a big tournament, I always play one of this though, because, well, actually it's not true. If there was no top cut, then maybe I'd consider not playing this, because some people just think I play it. But if it was a top cut, you have to play one of this. One of Magellan Tech has actually worked really well for me, and I think I'm going to keep it for this weekend's tourney. Yeah, I think that's the reason why in this list I decided to add a chopper, is because the Magellan and the Sanji were like, the more I played, like every once in a while, I was like, those were the contributors to bricking. I think if you don't have, I mean, I think at 2 maybe, because I think maybe it's just 3 Sanji's just excessive, but yeah, because yeah, this card is a brick going second, and like you obviously have to toss it. Sanji also, once you get past a certain point, you're never gonna play again. Usually Io is like not that bad, because like, yeah, usually it's not that bad, because if you don't have, like, once you stop your Shanks chain, if you don't want to go for game, you just drop Io, so it's like never technically dead. And then also if you go first, you're playing the Io. I guess actually that's true for Magellan too. Yeah, I guess it's just more relevant because if you go second, sometimes you'll still play the Io. If you go second, you'll never play Magellan. And then at a certain point, Sanji's just not going to be played. Once you get past basically turn 7 or 6. Or actually even 9 though. I guess you can play Sanji on 9. I think for a follow SSJ or SS Junior. Or wait, Super Saiyan. No, that wouldn't make sense. SSJ Ross. There's a few ways you could go with that. I was gonna say Super Saiyan, but I guess that wouldn't really make sense with the J. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Ross. Imagine. Or is it even Ross? Is it Rose? Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for showing your red green list with that many searches. I understand Zoro over Uta. I did try 10 searches, felt so many. So I just play 4 Nami, 4 Garp. I respect that. This list just feels so consistent when you play it like this. Well, because these Namis are the same. But the reason why it feels so consistent, I think it feels a little off when you're not playing this. But when you play this at like 3 copies, this feels so good because you just find all your Straw Hats when you want them, all your Straw Hat characters. Because if you like miss your Sanji, you just search. If you find this, you search for this. You search again, and you'll probably find your Sanji. Similar thing with Zoro and the Zoro, because basically the matchup you want to play Zoro, you basically know at the beginning of the game if you want to find Zoro that game. And since you're playing at 2, because versus some decks you'd never play it, or not never play it, you wouldn't play a lot of time. You play at 2 because we're very confident that if we are searching for it, that we can find it. This card is always a backup technically to like Lost Sanji, so. But this card also is like, when you don't find Law, sometimes you can make sure you find this card. So yeah. There's also like at the end of the game where there'll be times where you like you just find this card and you win. Similar thing where like at the end of the game you might have keep 2 Nami searchers and then you can search. If you don't find it, add this search. So yeah, that's the reason why I play 10. It's actually 13 searchers, but that's the reason why I play 6 Nami. Kind of having just chatting about deck lists right now, but we're in no rush. We have 2 hours until the next tournament. I love the Gorian Tech personally. I get it. Wait, which list do I have? Oh, this is still the main list. I do like the Gorian list because yeah, I want to preface again, this is technically the main list. No, it is the main list. I do think I'm gonna, if I were to, because my first regionals is, well actually I'll probably change it before the big Chinoize, the 256 ChinoizeCup, so maybe before then, but my first regional is December. The ChinoizeCup one is also the end of November. It's November 30th, so it's actually pretty close to regionals, anyways. But my priority regionals in December, and so I probably by then I'll probably make space for the third held judgment. It's just that there's like it's so hard because like all the cards are kind of good, so it's like yeah. So I think I just want to test it more to see like which card I want to take out. It'll almost certainly be playing the third held judgment though, and just one of this. Because there will be top cut, so I will definitely play one of this. Oh, this list I took out. I know I kept it there at one. Io's kind of good into everything in my opinion. Oh no, Io's good into everything. Don't get me wrong. The reason why Io isn't like the reason why IO isn't like amazing into everything is because Shanks is just giga busted going second. It's like you stand 3 cards, or you stand all your Dawn and get a 10 cost. So I mean, going first though, IO is like good versus everything. So that's the reason I like this list. Wait, where is it? That's the reason why I'm still on this list. But and to be fair, yeah. Also, if you like, I actually haven't prefaced this either, but I haven't played this list that many games. We played it for the one ChinoizeCup. We actually haven't played it for any ranked games, and we played it for the other tournament just because we wanted to beat Zeros that day. This list we actually haven't played yet. We were just talking about it because this was this. And these are just a bunch of me messing around with different counters, so you can kind of ignore this. I actually want to show these. So actually, let's see. Wait, was this? Did I change this one? Oh yeah, this one's playing this card. This card is kind of funny. It's like another 0 counter card. You make your leader. You can actually make a character sometimes, plus 2k too. But yeah, this is the main list. Actually, I guess since we're in the deck list, I probably should move this too down. If you guys didn't know, Ace is like always in the corner. Ace and Dofi are always in the corner. In the future, for Luffy, what is in the corner? Oh, Tashigi. Actually, that's pretty relevant. Tashigi is kind of game changing. Some lists don't play this card, but Tashigi's like super relevant versus Ace and Emu. So yeah, still searchable by Garp too. Let's see. Do you cut a 2k to fit in the chopper and the balance build? Was I playing Tusanji in the previous list? I guess. I guess it had to be actually, yeah. Although the one thing I will say too, if I'm scared of 6 cost Ace, what's probably gonna happen, or not 6 cost Ace, no, yeah, 6 cost Ace, 6 cost Ace. If I'm scared of 6 cost Ace, what's probably going to happen is that I will probably drop Sanji to. I would say I would drop it to 1. I'm not sure if I would just cut it. Not like we're just not dropping it out completely. What the transition would be though, you're playing Chopper. So if we're scared of 9 cost IU, we like actually have to add. We legitimately have to add this 4 cost IU, if that's a trend, or even if it's like a slight trend. There's no reason to get punished by that 6 cost IO card or 6 cost Ace. Like if we just have a Lim or IO in hand, it's really not that strong. It's just worse than Jozu for us. And like we're fine with Jozu, But if they bounce our card and then are able to swing aggressively and we don't replay a card, then it's like feels bad because they swing 7 twice. Which the other reason why ace feels so bad if you don't replay a card is because with Jozu they bounce a card and then they don't attach it onto leader, so and it doesn't swing, right? So it only swings 7. But with ace, they bounce a card, they swing 7 and 8, and so that's like really hard threatening, clearing 2 characters. Whereas Jozu's actually only threatening killing 1. It's like almost always like your hand would have to be really bad for it not to be threatening killing 1 or killing 2. But if you replay a character, then that takes the pressure off of the second swing, because assuming this you haven't arrested, you have, I guess technically they could go like 8 into arrested, so maybe this limb's just always better, because yeah, if you replay the limb, then you add a card, and even if they kill the limb, you just toss 2 cards. But since you added a card from limb, it doesn't matter that you toss 2 cards to save your other character from the ace. Which is also really relevant. Yeah, I guess actually you might have to drop the Sanji, because it's like actually is really relevant. Because you would want to, if you have the limb in hand, you'd add a counter, and I'm assuming you have a 2k, and the card you'd actually want to toss would just be the card that they bounce most likely. Because they probably want to give you back your Anel or Mihawk. They probably just give you back your Sabo or Dofi most likely, and then if you played the limb, you probably got a better Odyssey. But if they bounce a Sanji, you can't counter that. But they wouldn't bounce a Chopper, and then you just toss the Odyssey. So maybe this has to go. I don't know. It depends. Depends on if people start playing 6-cost ace. Yeah, what it probably would have to be, honestly, it would probably have to be this. If you're like, because the Sanji isn't really that, I don't think it's that impactful, because the problem versus Emu, it's like similar. They just kill the Sanji. they don't, like most of the time, they just kill the Sanji. Unless you have Sabo, they just kill the Sanji. And so it's like, you don't actually care that much about this, like most of the time, the Chopper is not that much worse than their Odyssey unless it's Sabo. So it's like the same. There's also the original downside of Sanji is that most of the time you'd rather play Limb than Sanji. Especially if you don't have like the ideal Odyssey in hand. So I guess I already changed this. This is like, but I think actually this is actually probably what we'll be playing for like a bit, because I've seen the play of 6-cost Ace Rise. I think that's a little concerning. And like actually I'm actually considering, because I also play Ace. I'm actually considering running that card too, because it's kind of good into, or no, it's just better Yamato. And the thing is that it's a searchable, very searchable rush character because it's a Whitebeard. And then versus some matchups, specifically Lim and Zoro, it's just better than, it's basically just like another Jozu, which is really good versus those decks. Actually, versus Zoro, I think it's just better than everything, actually. I haven't tested it enough, but I think it is for Ace. So if that continues, probably have to play this. Okay, that was a tangent. I like tangent on questions sometimes too long. I think you said it at the start. Your stream schedule is Monday, Wednesday. Yes. Monday, Wednesday. Starting at 11 p.m. PST. I'm Central Time, but yeah, 11 p.m. PST. And we usually end around 5 p.m. PST. Because, well, at least for months in November, because Hishi Matchmaking is doing Yonko only tournaments every day in November, and then we play Chinoize Monday through Wednesday. So yeah, yeah. I got 3 treasure cups, so I can't wait to see how they go. Yeah, good luck for those. I think I saw in your post you said you're gonna play Lim for 2 and then potentially another deck for a 3rd. But yeah, that should be interesting. I think Lim is like really nice this format. I was actually considering playing Ace before this format started. Or no, I was always gonna play Lim, Red Green Luffy, and Ace like as a whole. But for like the actual big events, I wasn't sure because like I didn't start playing OP13 yet. I was like going in, I was like maybe Ace is just a safe play. And then the more I played, I was like, wait, Lim is actually kind of busted. Working Luffy, I probably wouldn't. Problem with working Luffy is that it's just not as powerful as Lim, because like if you're regular Luffy, you run into a Bonnie. I know it's like a rare scenario, but like you run into a green Bonnie, you just lose. If you That's really kind of it. Versus Lim, if they go second, it's also kind of rough. What else is there? I mean, that's really kind of it. But like, I don't really want to play a deck where like I just lose. Like if I see a random Bonnie, because Bonnie isn't really that bad. If I see a random Bonnie, I just lose on the spot. Well, the other thing with Luffy is so Luffy has like it's like 50-50 I would consider into Emu and Ace, give or take, and then it has a really strong favorable matchup into Zoro. But the problem is Zoro is like the least popular of the 3, so Ace is like, if you think you're confident in the mirror and then you beat Ace and you beat Emu, then it's like it's really strong. Lim is like you beat Ace, Emu, and then you have to find the ways to beat Zoro. That's pretty much it. Because yeah, Red Green Luffy. I mean, most of the rogue decks, especially since like the more you make your deck better into Zoro, the better you are into the other aggro decks, anyways. Because the fastest deck versus Lim is always gonna be Zoro. So like Yellow Bonnie is kind of annoying, but since you're already trying to worry about Zoro, it's like better than it would naturally be. Rayleigh, similar thing. Since you're already trying to worry about Zoro. Well, the Rayleigh match actually is better in general because you just take second, and then they don't play blockers, so you just like go for game the turn after Shanks, and you're playing more Hell Judgment. What other road decks are there? Only thing there is one thing I don't like about Lim. The mirror is like pretty annoying still. I think it's like, maybe it's not as bad, but I don't know. I don't really like love the mirror. Still, I think there was only one time where I liked the mirror when we were playing 4 Sokka and 4 Luna. I think it was fun then. It sounds weird, but when we were in that tiny brief period where there was GP Luffy as the main deck, you could get away with playing 6 Sokka and 4 Luna, and then there was like multiple things that mattered in the Lim mirror besides Sokka and going first. The problem is now is that like we don't play Sokka, of course, so it's like, okay, well, there's no Sokka. But then it's like, well, it still is a thing that if you go first, you're heavily advantaged, and Shanks is just like a little bit late. It's a tiny bit late. Technically, it can like win, but the problem is that it's actually, what's funny is it's actually just Hell Judgment again, is what is the best card in the mirror, because if you go first, you're favored, and if you go second, you need a combination of like 1 Shanks and enough counters to survive, and then you have to kill them the next turn. Assuming they don't Nami you, of course. If they Nami you, that's just awkward. Which, if I was going first as Lim, and I thought I had the advantage, I'm 100% Namiing them and just going for game the next turn. So, I mean, yeah, it depends. It really depends. Not it depends. Your favorite when you go first is Lim in the mirror, but that's just how the Lim mirror is. It's fine. Okay, wait. I've seen you lost the first round. Probably Rogan Luffy would have been the better pick. I'm not gonna lie to you. There was like no shot I was gonna play Rogan Luffy because I knew there was like a really low chance of being those heroes, and it's like, it's not that Rogan Luffy isn't like fine into Emu and Ace. It's just like, it would be such a missed opportunity to play the two decks I'm confident into Emu and Ace. Like, I could either play Ace when I have Direwell, which would have been pretty good, or I could play Lim when I had Direwell, which I still don't feel. We went 2-1 against me. Like, we threw the first game, we lost. They had a Zac counter for the last game, and they played it well. So I'm not upset about replaying Lim, but yeah, I knew there was gonna be mostly Ace and Emu, so I was like, there's no way, or all Ace and Emu. I was like, there's no way that we bring Rogan Luffy when there's literally no Zoro, and there was no Zoro out of the 6 other players. Why is Chopper better than Sanji? It's not necessarily better. This card just sometimes bricks you. And then I did explain the, I might have explained it twice by now. That it's just because they can bounce. Well, Sanji dies, and then it can be bounced, so might as well play a card that has counter. I've topped Lim at the regional, so like Lim is my pet deck at this point ever since she dropped. Yeah, Lim is has been Lim was actually the first video that I uploaded. I don't know if you know this, Spectral, but the first video I uploaded was for Lim. And it was like because when I first started playing Lim, it's actually a funny story. I've never told the full story of how I started playing Lim. Maybe I'll tell it one day. But basically, started OP10 technically before OP10 started for the West. I was grinding Lim. Initially it was normal build, and I changed to I was changing things around. Eventually I got to the build that became more common, where we just took out all the high end, and I was literally grinding that. I became rank 1 on the sim for a long time as Lim, playing that list that no one like basically ever saw before. And I was also playing the Orochi, which no one like ever thought of Orochi. Or no, I think there was like 1 or 2 lists that were playing Orochi in the East, but it was like very under looked at, right? And so it was funny because like basically Lim is the whole reason why this all started. So I met Chinoize on a random rank game because I was like ranked really high. Basically, I was ranked. I'm pretty sure I was ranked 1, and he thought I was someone else. And like I think I was playing Lim. I like started playing Marco at that point too. To be fair, and Chinoize is a bigger Marco fan than Lim. But actually no, it was mostly because I was playing Marco. But I still made it to that high because of Lim, right? And so I met Chinoize, and I played my first ChinoizeCup. And then not soon after that, I won my first ChinoizeCup with the spicy Lim list. And then that was the weekend before Flush won, or that was the 3 days before Flush won that regional, and I dropped the video like almost the same time, or like a few hours after. I remember a few hours after it was before. It was like around the same time, and so like blew up because he was also on Orochi, and in his interview, he said that they saw his, because there was 3 people playing Lim. He said he saw a list that because basically what he said was that I actually don't want to completely mess it up, but they didn't like the lists that they saw previously for Lim playing the high end stuff, but then they saw the list where it was playing all low end stuff. They're like, oh wait, this actually looks good, and so they started testing that, and they decided just to play Lim. Because the other thing with Flesh though, he like put up a poll and then he was gonna play whichever deck. But I'm pretty sure the other two people were just gonna play Lim. That also did well in that regional, and so it was really funny because I always think that the list that they saw was mine because I kid you not, the first week I was playing Lim, there was no one playing Lim. And I got to rank 1. I was rank 1 for like 2 weeks. Because this is all like weeks before that first regional. And then I slowly see people start playing Lim in high ranked. And I also see people commenting like, "Ooh, I tried a Lim list. Like, oh, it's really cool. You should make a video and stuff." And then like it's like I slowly and then like and then and then there was like a point where like a decent amount of the ladder was Lim, which is crazy because no one was playing it. And so I was like, man, yeah, that's just like a funny story about why Lim is like something that I'll probably be playing for a long time. Which is your preferred Lim deck list? This we just built just because we were just tilted because of 6-class ace. This is the main Lim list. I am sorry for asking, no worries. Lim God pray. Let me see if I can see my list from when I played at Pasadena. Then this is what I was on. How far the deck has come. Right? Actually, when was Pasadena? When was Pasadena? Dang, the Godfather. Wait. Rematch for lore drops. Let's go. Yeah, we're slowly dropping lore drops. Dang, the Godfather of low cost Slim. True. You know what's funny? Is that Animal Marco, I'm like almost. Well, no. It's like, it's not even a question. Animal Marco was being played by people. I just did well with it in a few ChinoizeCup events. And and the list that I was playing became like the list that I was playing became popular, like kind of like the general deck theory for the Animal Marco became popular. But people were playing Animal Marco. Lim was like actually like low cost Lim was not being played when I started playing it. So it's funny because like for a while it was like people would be like a Marco one trick. And like always for a while when I was like playing Marco, sometimes even when I was still playing Lim, but every once in a while I play Marco, they would just be like, "Oh, you're the really good Marco." Are you? Sometimes they think I only play Marco, and sometimes they'll be like, "Oh, Marco one trick," and like I know it's like sometimes like not even like an insult, but like to me it's like, man, Lim was kind of my thing. Why you have to call me Marco one trick like that? It's like it's like, dang, I'm technically not even like was even more of my thing than Lim. But you know. Well, actually, I miss a lot of I miss a lot of YouTube comps. Okay, wait. I did see you yesterday with Organ Lufu. I read that. Wait, plummets it. I will play Organ Luffy in LCQ in December and still cooking for it. At the moment, 3 costs. Yeah, I've tested 3 costs Sanji. I will say I'm not a fan of the card. And Mergreen Luffy, I don't think it's terrible. It's a decent a searchable 3-drop, and but I don't think it's. I don't really enjoy that card. LCQ in December. I'm assuming that's like I forgot where. I know it's not the U.S. because U.S. is in February. Good stuff. Thank you. So Wraithwing for Brenna. Vista with less. Oh, it's supposed to be Manifesta with less than 10 film targets. Yes. Okay, so I haven't said this yet in the stream. We say this like every stream, but so the reason why initially I was playing 10 targets for Buena, but the reason why you actually don't even need to play 8 targets. The reason why you play Buena over even Orochi, because Orochi has a higher chance of adding a card, or with like the Usachi, but I wasn't playing Usachi before, so it's not actual comparison. Or like the Apu. I think Apu is actually decent. So like maybe I'll say like Apu, Orochi, and sure Usachi too. The reason why I play this is because even if it whiffs, it gets you closer to your Shanks. And so the key is, right, is that if you get closer to your Shanks, what you want to do is that, let's say this whiffs, or let's say this hits or whiffs, right? Okay, the only reason why you want to play one cost to either restand, if you don't have one cost Lim, you want to play one cost to restand Dofi, Mihawk, or worst case scenario, you just cycle with an L. You have a chance of just doing Leer effect for free and still establishing by it. If this whiffs, then you just cycle. Considering since you don't have any other Odyssey, you just cycled, which is fine. It's better than an L something nothing. So it's like not like you're losing anything by playing this card, right? And you could gain something. And then if this card whiffs, the key is Shanks is like by far your best card in this deck. And so if it whiffs, it still gets you closer. And what you want to do is that if you have a null, you just want to search. Or you just want to draw before you limb. And even if you do limb, well actually, yeah, even if you like let's say you Buena and you whiff for the Shanks and you have Chopper, I would even consider not searching with the limb. It really depends though. Actually, no, I probably would still search with the limb because there's a better chance of you just finding null and search 3. But if yeah, okay, so there's actually 2 lines. So there's 2 things. It depends on your hand. But yeah, let's say you go first. Or no, let's say no, you know what? I'm just if this is your only one cost, right, and you're gonna play one of these, you play anyways, right? Even if you have one cost limb, you would save the Buena until on 7 Dawn, and if you still don't have the Shanks, you're like actually just desperate for your Shanks, and you're like, okay, hopefully Shanks is in my nest 7, and then you would search. Adding on to that, what you would do, assuming you don't have Shanks, you would on your 7 Dawn turn. If you have an L, you would Null first. If you don't have an L, you would limb in this case. See if you find an L. If you still don't have Shanks, you actually Buena. And that's like the other thing, right? And so basically, if you don't, you're either free summoning the Buena because you'd be playing one cost anyways, or you would be playing it because you haven't seen the Shanks yet. And so Buena is always good because it gets you closer to Shanks. Which is relevant because you kind of want to drop as many Shanks as possible versus Emu and Ace. Like actually, ironically, if the Ace or the Emu just continue to swing board, you can even drop 3 Shanks. Like it's happened. It's usually overkill because like 2 Shanks plus DMG is usually game versus most decks. You can never be too safe versus Ace if they like really swing board on you. So if it's open to you, you can just like let your board go, drop another Shanks if you think you're safe. It's no big deal. Let's see. 2 guys at shop are swapping from Emu to Zero after losing to the limb list. That's funny. I mean that's kind of real though. I really like the mix of 2 Sanji, 2 Chopper here. I think I already changed that. I actually do like the 2 Sanji, 2 Chopper. But I think you probably only need 3 of a 5 drop to be honest, because realistically, Yeah, you probably only need 3 realistically. But I think you can, like, if you don't want to play the Ayo and Magellan, you can like easily just do 2 Chopper, 2 Sanji. Because the reason why this is 2 Chopper and like if I had the 2 Sanji be 2 Sanji is because these are 2 bricks. And so if these were 2 Sanji, that'd be 2 more bricks, and we just don't want to go through that many bricks in this format. You're inspiring me to programming Luffy, but he seems a bit hard to play, yeah. Well, okay. I will say with programming Luffy, the Zoro matchup is extremely easy. You literally just find Sanji, and you just say, what are you going to do about it? I'm going to restand down every turn. You're never going to kill my Sanji. I have infinite counter. What are you going to do about Zoro? You can't bully me. You actually say that to all aggressive decks. You say, I have infinite counter. If you don't have removal, what are you going to do about it? And then versus Ace and Emu, it's actually, like, the reason why regular Luffy gets, like, has such a low win rate, on, like, Sim in general is because the Emu and Ace matchups, like, you actually have to think a lot, because my win rate versus Ace and Emu has, like, well, mostly Ace. Because the thing with Emu, it's like a double-edged sword. So, like, I think initially I was actually doing a little bit fine into Emu. It was like I was doing good into Emu, and then went down because they adjusted, and then it went back up because I adjusted. But versus Ace, they're kind of just naturally just good, you know? And so if you don't know what you're doing at first, you'll just lose to Ace. And so at first, I was just losing to Ace. And then I got better with the deck, adjusted a little bit, and then eventually Ace is like a comfortable matchup for me. The only deck that I'm scared of, like legitimately, the only deck I'm scared of when I'm playing Rogan Luffy is Bonnie. But it's like an extreme where like if it's Bonnie, I'm like really like, oh dang, I'm about to lose this game, which I normally don't think that. But if it's Bonnie, Green Bonnie as Luffy, it's really just like, dang, this is gonna be rough. So but besides that, like once you get comfortable with the deck, it's not like the Emu and Ace match probably will never be like super favored until like maybe OP13. The OP14 support is kind of crazy, but the Green Zero matchup is really favored. The Rogue decks are like really nice too, besides Bonnie. And then you like always have a chance. You basically have a chance versus everything except for a Green Bonnie. And then yeah, I actually don't even think you're really unfavored into Emu or Ace. So yeah. Because yeah, you know, with Luffy, we've gone only X1 in the ChinoizeCup with Luffy. We haven't, like, we've only gone X1 with Luffy in the ChinoizeCup, which I feel like is kind of good, you know, like 4-1 and 5-1 in the ChinoizeCup, where I'm pretty confident in Lemon Ace, and that's like something that even for Lemon Aces, actually, I've never won with Ace yet. I haven't played that many times. We played many times with Luffy. I haven't won with Ace yet. I've gone X1 a few times. I've gone X2. Lim has won, but it's also had like X2 days. So this has only gone X1. But to be fair, I also didn't play Riggin Luffy when I wasn't confident with the deck. Even though the first time I played Ace, I went X1, so there's not even an excuse for Ace. And the first time I played Lim, I won. So, so actually, it's like technically, but also the first time I played Ace and Lim, I did fine. So it's like not even an excuse for those two decks. In the ChinoizeCup specifically. How is wait. Okay. Would you drop the one of Magellan in general? There's a chance. Because I mean, yeah, there's a decent chance. Because actually, I think if I were to play in regional today, I probably wouldn't be playing Magellan. The problem with Magellan or not the problem with Magellan. The reason why Magellan was like a little bit increased on me wanting to play it as one of was because of Roger. But Roger is like getting less and less popular. We also know that we're not getting the promo. Originally, I thought we were getting the promo at priori. I was like, well, I actually might have to play Magellan by that point anyways. And so I was like, okay, I'll test Magellan. I'll even keep that one because I know I'll go play it at some point anyways. But now it's like that's not even an argument. Roger's getting less popular, so it's like there's not even the argument for it anymore. Magellan versus Ace, you literally just need Nami, so it's like yes, but also it's also brick. But it just feels unnecessary because if you go second, you'll never play, and if you go first, Namiing them on 9 feels fine. So it's like it's really fine. Versus Emu, if you go first, it's really good. If you go second, it's not relevant again. And then that's basically the same thing for every other deck except for the fact that going first versus every other deck, it's less impactful. But it's still decent, but it's less impactful. And so this could easily be Ayo. Second Ayo, it could be another Sanji, it could be Hell's Judgment. So we're talking about how we need to add a third Hell's Judgment. But yeah, it could also be a second Ayo, but I mean at the same time it's like it's so good versus Emu going first. It's like almost your win percentage increases so much versus Emu if you have this card going first. It's kind of ridiculous. So it's like it's kind of rough. And then versus Ace, if you go first, you don't need it, but it's still really good. So it's just holding on to a spot. I would never play at 2 because I think Ayo is just a better split. Yeah. Would Goran go out for more Ayo 2Ks? Well, the thing with Gordon, so what Ayo's replacing, unironically, is this. It sounds weird, but what it's replacing is that if you go second, you need this less, right? Because you just play this because it's the same. It's the same thing, right? If you don't have Lim, of course. You always play Lim if you have Lim. But if you don't have this, you just play this. So it's actually placing this. The Gordon is actually just here because of the film count. It's another 1 cost. Because I think the problem is that you kind of want, if you're playing more you kind of want to lower this to 2. But you're also adding more 2Ks, so you like maybe don't want to play this out. But yeah, I mean it just depends because it probably will look like. Actually, wait, do I already have it here? This is actually probably what this list should legitimately just be. Because yeah, you don't want to lower your film count too much. At this, we're still at 12, which is the 2K count I have liked. It's 12. And then your film is still at 7, which is like alright. And then yeah, if you go second, you can play this instead of the turn you would play this. Because actually it's when you go second, it's basically the same. When you go first, it's actually doesn't feel as bad if you miss the 3 cost, but if you go first, you still have Lim and 2 of this Chopper in your deck. And like it might be like, oh, you could play more Chopper, but it's also like if you were playing Lim for the past 3 sets, you would know that this is a luxury. We'd only had this card before. So and we would go first a lot. So we were like pretty used to only having this. Now we have this too, and sometimes we go second. And so it's like, yeah, if that makes sense, right? Like Spectral knows about that, about the days when we really had Lim. Um, yeah, just like a few weeks ago. Let's see. How's Icy Crocodile for Zoro matchup? I don't think I'll go in deep with this question. Let me just remind myself. I don't like this character because they can just like, you know, not kill this character. I guess you can play it. I mean, I guess you can just like play it on 3 on your as your first Odyssey. I'd rather establish a Sabo and just save it. But this card is also just like really, really bad versus Ace. And because the thing I like about Judgment is Judgment's good versus everything. Like Judgment's just good. And similar with Io is just good. Like it's good versus everything. Maybe it's not as good as Shanks, but it's still just good versus everything. Same thing with Judgment. Versus Ace, it's not as good as Nora Beam Sword. Versus everything else is probably just better because people just play around this card. Versus Ace, they play around, you're kind of happy if they play around this card. But versus everything else, sometimes even if they do play into this card versus everything else, this card is just better. So that's the reason why I like Hell Judgment. Crocodile is kind of just like specifically for Zoro, and it's not actually, it's like it's fine because you get to keep your first Odyssey for free, especially if you get unlucky and don't find a 1-cost. But it's definitely like, you know. Oh, the other thing too, actually, there's another thing too with this. If you go first, this Dofi, actually no, anything. If you have 1-cost Slim where you play safe, the Dofi and the Mihawk are safe if you have a Buena. If you go first, because on 4 they can't kill anyways. And so this card is useless if you go first, basically. Because they're going to kill one of your other characters anyways once you get more characters on the board. Now, if you play 4 of this card, it would be really bad to everything else, then maybe. Because you just like drop multiple and then they're just like looking at your board of crocodiles and they're just like, well, I can't kill this. But, I mean, you would never play more than 2 probably of this card. I know you played Regular Luffy. What are your thoughts on Lear in the current meta? I think Regular Luffy is good. It's very underrated. Lim is underrated, but it's like starting to come up. That comment was like 40 minutes ago. It's okay. I didn't answer it though. Yes, there's Coast. You almost X2 and dropped. Shh, we don't talk about that, Chrono. They don't know. That is true though. We did almost X2 and drop, but that's fine. Okay. Also, okay. Well, yesterday we lost the direwall. I don't know if you guys remember, but we lost the direwall. Like, I kid you not. Like, I'm pretty sure like we played 8 games, including both cups, and we lost. We barely lost 2 games. Because we lost one in the cup and then we like barely. It was actually, I misplayed because I thought we were just gonna win in the TC matchmaking tournament. But we lost Direwall probably like 6 of the 8 times, maybe more. But we lost Direwall a lot, and so we had to keep going first into Ace, and Emu, which is really annoying as working Luffy. It's like not terrible because you're still like obviously won some, but like, you know, you prefer to at least like get 50-50 and then you just like, you know, win. Like you don't have to like keep being the odds over and over again. Because the problem is like in this format, if you like just keep losing a die roll, the odds just like keep stacking up where you just keep have to being these leaders that want to go second on their curve like over and over and over again. So like, if you have to beat them a few times, it's like the odds of course aren't in your favor, but if you play well enough, the odds should be like lean more into like a decent favor, right? But like at a certain point, your opponent should just high roll going on their preferred curve, and your opponent high rolls on their preferred curve, they're not supposed to lose. So yeah, I I mean, that's pretty much it. Because at a certain, like, if you play enough games, I've obviously been playing against people at high roll, and so if you play enough games in the same tournament, one of those players will probably high roll, and then if you add in the fact that they get the curve, then it just makes it harder. Because even if you high roll, if everything is equal, then of course if they get the preferred curve and they high roll, they're supposed to win. So, but then like let's say that you like mid roll, they get a preferred curve, and they high roll, you're like really supposed to lose. So, yeah. But yeah, we did almost go X2 yesterday. Okay. We caught out to YouTube chats. Sorry Twitch. We've been talking a lot. We'll catch up to Twitch chats now. We're also just like, you know, talking because we have like 2 hours, or we have an hour and a half now until next tournament, so it's still good to chat. Ooh, you won today with Burger and Luffy against Bonnie because of I thought you meant like a tournament, but that's still pretty cool though. You won against Bonnie because the player took 2 7K swings on life. I finished with 2 gum pistols on restand 0. Oh my gosh, that's funny. You know, that is a funny thing too, is that if the person doesn't know how to play against running Luffy, you kind of just win, because like sometimes I don't realize you're playing 4 of this card, and this card is just insane. Sometimes I don't really realize you're playing this card, and this card is also insane. Sometimes I don't realize you're playing this card, and then these cards are also insane. They always think, the general assumption of what people think of Luffy, they're just like, oh, this is just the Zoro OTK deck. All I have to do is answer Zoro, I win. And then when you don't do that, they're like, wait a second, what's happening? Why are they filling up the board? What's happening? Uh-oh, wait, I'm losing. It's like, whoa. And then what's funny is when they don't respect the Zoro, you're like, well, I can still play this card. I can. He's still here. I have a bunch of searchers. He's still here. You have to respect them. It's like that. And you know what's funny? I really don't like Zoro and Lim, but I do like Zoro if you have Tashigi. But the problem is in Lim, you don't have Tashigi. You can never establish Tashigi. So Zoro's just always can die. And it's like, yeah. Not gonna lie, you're right about Nami being better, but Magellan being a 6K buy into ace is so impactful. That's true. Magellan, 5-class Magellan 1 has won me 2 ace games going first. I'll never come now. That's fair. I don't know, the amount of times, I think the problem is, that's probably like a good point. The problem is the amount of times I've seen Magellan versus ace going first is like very rare. And so I just have a lot of experience of just using Nami to win versus ace, and it 90% of the time it feels fine. Like the 10% is when I don't draw Shanks, and like I just don't have an Nels and Buena to make sure I see Shanks. And so if you don't have the Shanks follow up, then Magellan is just infinitely better, because yeah, if you don't have the Shanks follow up, this is like really bad, because if they Jozu you again, it's like actually really bad if you don't have the Shanks follow up. But if Magellan, you can Magellan them on your 7-down turn. They don't even drop the first Jozu, and then you ramp to 10. They have 1 Jozu on board. They bounce probably your Magellan, and then you Shanks, and then you can do your Odyssey, but then you have a bigger board. They only have 1 Jozu on board. But okay, if you don't have the Shanks, right? Maybe if you have the Aya, right? You still have a bigger board. They only have 1 Jozu on board. They probably were putting less pressure on you. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it, actually. But yeah, you probably have a bigger board. Yeah, actually, yeah, if you have a wider, bigger board, and you don't have the Shanks, there's a higher chance that you can actually just pressure them with Mihawk anyways. And then you could just go like, you could take a Mihawk, like if they Jozu you, assuming they Jozu you that turn, they probably have a blocker. You just, because yeah, I hope if you're searching for Shanks and you don't have Shanks, I hope you have a Mihawk. And you go for a Mihawk, aggressive swing that turn, and then you put them pressure on them, and there's a high chance that they play in DMG. If they don't play in DMG, you swing aggressively again. So yeah, Magellan definitely I think is just like overall going first in the ace is like, you know, very clean. The dark days of 5-cost Bonnie being our going second tech, I know, right? You know, actually, the funny thing is, 5-cost Bonnie would be good if Buena Festa didn't exist. Like, if this card didn't exist, 5-cost Bonnie would be amazing because it would be the next closest thing to helping you find Shanks. But this card exists, and being able to search, one, you can search twice if you draw 2 of this card, which ironically sounds a little bad. But if you go second, it's worth it because most likely one of them will hit. And then even if they don't hit, again, you're only searching with this card if you don't have Shanks. So I really hope if you double search with this, you find Shanks. Versus Bonnie, you only have the opportunity to see 2 more cards. and that means that you didn't use your limb search if you Bonnied. So it's like, yeah, it's double bad. But probably what we would have to do if this card didn't exist, because Shanks is too important. One tech a friend was asking me about was 4-cost Robin for the Emu matchup. In my opinion, we shouldn't need it since I feel like we beat Emu. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, I generally agree. The problem with Robin is that it does nothing to Ace. And like, if you look at Lim's matchup spread, right, you're like, okay, Emu is Lim's good matchup. Ace was kind of needed to be solved, quote unquote needed to be solved, but it actually was pretty easy to solve. The key is you just don't play Zero and you lean into Shanks more, and then you play more counter, and so that was actually easily solved. But if you go by the metrics and by the stats, right, and what the opinion was early was that Lim also needs to solve the Ace matchup, but now it's like actually very favorable. There's also the Nami thing too, where you freeze or Dawn if you go first, even. Where if you go second, like very favored, then if you go first, you freeze or Dawn. But then you look at it and you're like, okay, Emu's still favored, Ace is favored now. Okay, we're still unfavored into Zero, and then it's like, okay, Robin doesn't help versus Ace or Zero, so. And you're already favored into Emu. But I will say this card is just better. It's technically just better audio, if you think about it, versus like, it's probably not a bad 1-drop to be honest. But the problem is you'd probably have to play instead of a 2K. Because it would never come up versus any other deck. Actually, it would never come up versus any other deck. But it would be really strong. There's another thing too. Oh, wait, no, that's not even true. I was gonna say it can't protect your display, but it actually can, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, that is kind of crazy that it can protect your 3-drop play. But I mean, you probably could really play it though, because you just have to play instead of a 2K, like audio. Maybe actually, I actually wouldn't mind that because. I'm thinking about it. If you think about it, right, isn't Robin just better? Isn't Robin just better Magellan? I think it is, actually. Now that I think about it. It's just better Magellan versus Emu. Because the concern versus Emu is that they KO. I mean, it's not better Magellan. It's like not legit, like not literally, but if you think about it, it's kind of just better Magellan because the card that solves the main concern for the Emu matchup, and then it still works on the second curve, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Because you can play a counter card to Emu on the second curve when you're already favorite to Emu, which is like definitely overkill. But like, we are playing Magellan, or we were playing Magellan, so it's like, well, I mean, We were kind of already doing that, but cause yeah, actually, like, if you play this card at 1, you play Magellan at 1, you play Aya at 1. You have 2 cards that are really strong into Emu. Then you have a third card that's, you know what's also really good about this Robin is that if you search it with the limb, you can actually still play it, which is kind of nice. And then you can also play it as the 4-drop. You can play it as a 3-drop. Versus Emu is both fine. And then if you have the restand, like if you have the 1 cost into Sabo, or no, 1 cost into Dofi into Lim, you just win if you see this card because your whole board is restood. They were starving you most likely, and then they can't even kill the card. You just win, which is funny, but which is actually it's really funny too because you probably just win even if you went first, which going first if the Emu high rolls, they're actually I think they're supposed to win, like actually almost certainly. If they high roll and you don't like see like a broken hand, if they go second, I mean, if you go first and they go second, and they high roll, because if they just like see a ton of marks, that's a blocker, right? If they see a ton of marks, and they see a ton of counter early, and then like have the counter late, then it definitely but obviously for them to see multiple marks, it's actually not that high of a chance because they play 2. 1 cost searchers that searches only 3, and then they have a draw, so like to see it early it's actually not that likely to see 2. But high roll would be is in my opinion, when I'm saying like them high rolling and that you can't is like really favorite for them, is they see the 3rd marks, then it's like really bad. If they see a 3rd marks before like the 10 cost, it's like really bad. I guess actually that's only relevant for going second. So maybe actually it doesn't matter. They just need to see 2 on the first curve or on their second curve. So yeah, I guess that only is relevant when they go first and they see triple marks. It's like it does help them, I think, a lot. It's interesting though because I guess the problem is that is kind of just bad into Ace and Zero, but it is like still has counter. I see. I don't know. I think this is a decent tech actually. Like legitimately, I could see it. I think I would need something else, like maybe Luffy, UP Luffy to counter the kill card. I don't know if they'd be playing that card anymore. Let's see what else is there. Is there anything else? I think that's the problem. It's just that there's like nothing else that this would protect. Oh, actually, this is another 4-drop for Ace too. So legitimately, just you just replace the IO. It doesn't do anything, but it is another 4-drop. You just play it for free for a 6 cost Ace play when they bounce, and it's actually probably legitimately exactly the same as the IO. Maybe. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a second card or a second deck that would actually kill our character, but I guess there really isn't, is there? Yeah, I mean, because like if you consider the rogue decks like Rogue and Luffy, they're not gonna do that. Guess maybe Rayleigh, but I mean, that's already kind of them taking away from their normal plays. Anel maybe? Anel really isn't played actually. Cause yeah, Bonnie doesn't. I guess actually there is no, it doesn't protect Shanks. I was gonna say if like if it protects Shanks then maybe because you could save it from 9 cost Shanks, but it doesn't do that either. Oh, actually, it's a decent follow up for Shanks too. It's not better than Nell or Mihawk, but you can save your 5 costs from being killed by the like save your Dofi from being killed by their marks, which is pretty relevant actually. So if you like see it late, it's still relevant, which is like pretty good. You know what? It's just wait. There's another deck I'm forgetting, right? I just need an excuse to play this card because I want to try it. Black Crocodile kind of shuts down Red Green Luffy. Okay. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not excited for Red Green Luffy because I think Jinbei is legitimately just a tier 0 deck. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know why? It's because they have this card. They have these two cards, and then these two cards are Giga Busted, and for some reason they decided to make this card search anything. This is an anything searcher, by the way. It's a 1/3 anything searcher, and this card infinitely has Dawn. And what's crazy, that's always relevant at the end of the game, because all you have to do is make your board wide enough. You swing first, and then you attach your Dawn. You swing first. You play over your character. Your rested Dawn comes back, and you trash your hand. So even if you don't have this card, you can always use this effect to end the game. You just have to fill up your board, which is pretty easy in this deck. So you always have end the game potential. You have board control. You have a blocker that plays a 3 cost. Actually, I'm not even sure we play this card. We have board control versus all those other decks that are like decent with board control, like with having board. You have this card, right? Josie, with these cards, this card is double searchable, by the way. Probably one of the most broken cards in the game, because he's 7 Warlord, and you can bounce back your broken searcher. And then you have Jozu, one of the best cards in the game. You got this card that draws 3. They decided to print a card that only be played by Jinbei that draws 3. And then you have a card that has Rush. Rest 2 Dawn, draw 2, bounce a 7 cost. And then the draw 2 is basically giving 2 Dawn. So also, this card literally reads, you can either keep the 3 cards you drew, or you gain 6 Dawn attached. It's like, just imagine a 6 drop that said attach 3 Dawns. That's what this card says, basically. It says, play this card, attach 3 Dawn. And this card says, play this card, give it Rush, attach 4 Dawn, bounce a 7 cost. That's what this card says. And like, that's just like, the because it's actually better than that, because you don't have to toss or draw 2 cards, right? You can even keep it for defensive purposes. And then you have this card, which you can give to this card. You can give unblockable to this card, which is crazy because you can make the swing higher because of leader effect. Yeah, I know this is a tangent, but I actually saw the full card list and I was like, why are we even talking about OP13? This is like this is not fair. Like, and then you have Red Rock. You have access to Red Rock. This whole deck is searchable, by the way, because of this card. And then your 7 Warlords card is double searchable. You also have the option of playing this card. You draw 4 cards, play a 10 drop. This card is actually not that good. The only reason why you play this card is because there's a decent amount of cards that can only do stuff to 9 or lower or 8 or lower. Specifically, 10 cost Dofi and the new 9 cost Mihawk. So if those were like prevalent decks, or even if those were prevalent decks, then you could make your argument for this card. But this card is also just broken in this deck because draw 4 cards, you can't brick with them. So you can choose to attach all, because it's not once per turn. You can choose use all 4 cards. You can even go for game. You can play if you're healthy, can draw 4 cards, aggressively swing with all your Dawn. And the reason why, because like this only gives Fishman and Merfolk, right? But you probably would have a Searcher. This card draws 1 card. Probably have this card on board, maybe have this card. But the most important thing is that I can give it to leader. So you always have a target for leader effect, which is crazy. So you can always go, you can always toss, like play out your hand and toss cards to give the rest leader effect, or to leader, which of course you want to do that all the time. But it's just crazy because blue has too much flexibility to have an aggressive rush deck like this. It's actually crazy. So I don't think OP14. I'm not excited for OP14 because I think this. I'm a little bit excited, but I'm not excited because I think this deck will be like people will figure it out. I think this deck will just be crazy. But there's like the only hope. I think the only hope. My only hope is that somehow this leader can save us all. I don't think it's there. Because the counter to this card is Red Rock and Kaido. And you can also rush them a little bit. Plus, you have the early removal, which is like really, really strong. This card just in this deck is not fair because you can even. So what's crazy about this law? Because this law is technically even draw 2. Because if you play 2 searchers, which is you play 2 of these cards that add a card, because this isn't a searcher, right? You can just bounce them both back to your hand. So it's basically either draw 2 or attempt on curve. You balance your 1-drop, which you want to do anyways, and you balance their card. And then similar thing with Jozu. And then this card draws 3, and this card's broken. And then the rest of you can also play Pudding. There's also a ton of blue cards that you can tech that would just be good into everything. Because blue just has the great tech options. Because like I don't see this deck. Because the problem is that this deck loses removal and this bypasses these, like, you still pressure through Sun. Emu, you just aggressively rush them and then you have this card and you pressure them. I don't see it for these decks. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think these decks would have been fine if this didn't exist, because this whole deck is 4 cost, lucky 4 cost play. These 3 cards counter that playstyle so much, and you're a very healthy, aggressive leader. This deck is just worse. I don't actually dislike this deck. I think this deck is cool. I think they were scared of it, because they just need to make this card better. But this card is legitimately just worse, because the problem is that this is like your best card, but it's like purely countered by Jinbei. And the crazy thing is that this deck can play both ways. You can either play it aggressively, or you can play it counter life heavily, because you know you win the late game, right? And so you can play it defensively and just use your draw for defense, and then you just win by decks against decks like this with cards like Jinbei and Kaido. Because like if the opponent plays into a card like this, because like this, like a low end deck can't do anything about this card. You bounce a card and you draw 2 cards and you rush. There's nothing that this deck can do about that, and so you just win the late game. And Mihawk I have a little bit of hope for too. This deck also would just like, you just can play better Ace versus Ace. So yeah, I know I just went on a tangent on this card, but I had to get that off my chest. This is like, this deck, I don't know why this was printed. The thing is, I actually was a Doki player. I actually love this deck, but I think it's overkill. I think it's too much. Because I think I would love this deck, but I think it's too much. This is actually, ironically, I think one deck that might, I don't know, it's hard. I was gonna say maybe Lim, but the thing with Lim is that you just rush Lim down. You just play really aggressively and you just rush Lim down, so it's like that would even be true. But yeah, this deck has some potential because it's a really strong leader effect. The problem is Jinbei isn't a slasher, and I don't think Zoro would be that prevalent in the format anymore. So yeah, again, I think this, if there's a build that after testing did decent to Jinbei, this could save the format. So I'm not like completely down yet, because this card can save the format. Because the problem with Jinbei has too clean of a spread. Blue's like, this is like too clean of a spread, because you have the aggression, which is Blue's weakness. Infinite draw, you have better draw. You actually have better aggression, and then you have the unblockable stuff and the tech cards. So yeah. Okay, we're done with the OP14 tangent. This is not even. I just like I saw the cards and I just like put a list together real quick. This is even at 52 cards. Like this is not even the list I would play because I don't even know yet. Like if I because I actually don't want to look at OP14, but the fact that I actually even looked in depthly at this should be concerning because I actually didn't want to look at OP14, but I was like, wait a second, how is this deck not being talked about more than it is? Because it should just be one of the best decks by far. Actually, the other good thing about this deck is that this deck is extremely high skill ceiling because there are decision points at every point of the game, which is really nice because it's probably really skill mirror because there's decision points at every point of the game. Because you have extremely powerful cards. Like if you have this combo with like this card and then a lot, it's like normally this would just be like by far the best card. But if you have this plus this, it's like actually kind of debatable. Same thing with these two. And then you can be aggressive early. You can swing 7 with leader always. You can decide whether, assuming you're not 5 cards, or yeah, assuming you're not above 5 cards, you can always decide, which is also another thing, is that if you know you're going to play Fisher Tiger, you can decide whether you like balance it out or you just like use it more on the turn that you play this card. Because again, this effect isn't once per turn, which this needs to be changed to once per turn. Like I don't know why this is not once per turn. Like I get it, maybe like twice per turn. They could have done it twice per turn. But yeah. The only reason why I think this card would be insane. The reason why I don't think this card will be played is I think in the mirror this card is just better. But I think if the format starts with the matchup being Jinbei versus like these other decks, then Kaido's just insane. Okay, let's see what you guys think about my my Jinbei. If anyone said anything actually. Blue Jinbei gonna be my second deck in OP14. Let's go. You're on the right path. You're on the right path, Spectral. I was a green Jinbei player when he dropped. Okay. Spectral was asked about the deck. I was only gonna talk more about. Actually, it's not that I don't want to talk about it. I was only gonna talk more about if people were asking about the deck, so we will talk about it though. Oh wait, first time chat, Soy Milk Bunny. Thanks for the first time chat. Yo, love watching you in ChinoizeCup. You might go for real. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate the support. We just been chatting. We did lose. I don't know if you saw it. We lost in the playoff today. We kind of threw the game 1. We just weren't ready to play yet. And then they also played game 1 well. Like I think they really caught me up because Radical's a great player, you know. But they caught me. I think I was just caught off guard because my play was not where it should have been. And the second game I brought it together, and then the third game was a really close, good game, and we barely lost. So not too upset. Plus, I mean, we can always win another month, right? Like we don't have to win that month. Why is there a Jinbei in my screen? Okay, Antonio Archer, did you hear our rant about Jinbei? Because if you didn't, I probably won't do it again because it's really long, but yeah, you're probably going to see a decent amount of Jinbei once OP4 in January. You probably will see a decent amount of Jinbei, depending on what happens. Because what would happen is if, let's say, the East starts playing, right, and the big tournaments start coming out, and they realize that Jinbei is law level, because the only way it will happen is if Jinbei is law level, where it's like 90% of the top cut is winning. There is an out. What they can do is they can just ban these 2 cards. It's actually pretty simple. And actually, to be fair, even though I don't think Jozu would just be enough, Jozu might already be on the way out because of Ace. And Jozu would kind of make sense. Jozu might already be on the way out, so there might be hope. Because if Jozu, I think it has to be these two, because this card is actually better than Jozu. But if Jozu is already on the way out, then maybe there's hope. Because then that means that if Jozu is getting banned anyways because of Ace, then they just need to touch something else. And then maybe there's a chance that isn't like, Giga busted. They can also touch Red Rock, but I would like really not like that. I would really appreciate if they didn't touch Red Rock, but they could also touch Red Rock, and that changes things. And like Law is like a reasonable hit. Probably should got hit in the first place, because the only reason why Dofi was Giga busted was because of this card, and this card actually. But yeah. They could also hit this card, but that would just be mean. Actually, no, they couldn't hit this card. There's still there's also another thing. Is that if we were like, if Emu was very prevalent and we couldn't switch to, if Emu was very prevalent and we were on a lot of Kaido, we would probably play this, because then we can just tap their or not tap, but make their, what is it called? Forecast. That draws a card, not be able to block, and then we can swing with everything else in Kaido too. Versus just swinging with our 7 Warlord cards. Let's see. Did you talk about Boa? I don't think you want to hear. I actually only said one thing about Boa. I don't think you want to hear Antonio Archer. You don't want to hear what I said about Boa. I actually didn't say that much. It was like 3 words, or 4 words, 1 contraction. Let's see. What's the most credible 1 or 2 cards in the Odyssey core if you wanted to include more tech cards? Ooh. Okay, no, don't. I'm trying to contain my words. Don't cut this card. Please don't cut this card. Also, don't cut this card. Please don't cut this card. This is like probably the best card in the deck. Unironically, no. Second best card. This is the best card in the deck. This is a close second. This card is really important because it's your most consistent starter. You really can't cut another Odyssey because the problem is you probably have to cut a Sabo, but because Sabo only works with Lim. If you really want to carry another Sabo, but the thing is we already cut for Newgate. Like we already cut a lot of Odyssey. Lim is supposed to be playing 20 targets, but because Newgate sucks and we just cut it down to only the good cards, we're only playing 16 targets. That's already very small for Lim. Just to preface, that's already small. Because we should be playing Newgate or a 5th target, but since they're all bad, the substitute is technically like IU or Ace. So if you want to store in your Odyssey engine, you probably have to cut like these cards, depending on what the tech cards are. Probably these cards. And then after you, because you also don't want your Odyssey count to be too low. If you I would actually cut 1 cost Lim before 3 cost Lim. I know it sounds crazy, but especially if you're wanting 1 cost are your techs. Yeah, if the techs you want to add are 1 cost, then you can drop a 1 cost Lim, because 1 cost Lim is only like really really good versus Emu. Technically, as long as the 1 cost is a 2K. If the 1 cost is a 2K, it's just as good versus Zura as this 1 cost Lim. Yeah, as long as the 1 cost that you're adding in as a tech is 2K, then 1 cost Lim is like only significantly better versus Emu. And yeah. You can also drop the IO if you want to play other techs, but IO is kind of tech himself, so. Do you swing at board versus Emu? Yes. Well, most of the time. It depends. Most of the time, yes. It depends, though. Also, what do you think for cost per restands Dawn? The problem with that card, let me read. It's because it's because of the wording, right? Oh, actually, I remember. Actually, it does say when your character is rested by one of your effects. Actually, it might work the turn you play it. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of just worse IO, or even Nico Robin at that point. Especially since like you don't really need Don once you get to the Shanks point of the game, anyways. Yeah. It also doesn't really like usually only play tech if it like helps something. I don't think this really like helps anything. It's also just worse than the cards that restand 2 cards. So yeah, unfortunately I think that there's not really a spot for Perona to make sense. Yeah, especially with Shanks because you you already have a ton of Don. Boo, best second format. Just bought some A. Hey, see, you at least you bought the perfume. You got the perfume. That's good. Jinbei's good. That card probably go up. Not only will Jinbei need perfume's gonna be broken because you can give it to this card. Just met one card of the 4, but you answered it pretty well already. Well, yeah, I just meant like in general with the other one. Thank you for the follow. Oh, there's like 3 at the same time. Wait. Okay. This like popping up after. Is it a coincidence or like did you guys all just like happen to drop in at the same time? Thank you for the follow, Lachlan. Joe Simp, are you Joe Simp from Chinoize Discord server? Thank you for your follow. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for your follow, Babowski. Babowski? Is that correct? Yeah, is Babowski correct? Am I saying that right? Also thank you for your follow, Anpal91. I think I missed that one too. I also might have missed the follow from Thank You God, Thank You. Maybe. It's a funny or good name. Thank you God or Thank God, Thank You. Let's see. Is the guy which KOs 2 times 3K an emu? Actually, wait. I'll answer that in a. Actually, no. This is your first time chat too. Thank you for first time chat owned by Brian. So I actually, the funny thing is, I actually don't think that card's that bad for this deck. I think it's good because you can KO. The 1 cost. But the thing with that is, that it would help, but it wouldn't be that crazy. Especially like, it really just depends actually, because the main thing is that you would probably not play your 3 cost too much unless it was Ashirahoshi versus Emu. And the other thing is like, so ideally, if Emu was gonna do that, they would go first, and they would KO 2, which would actually be because you want to go second versus Emu, of course. So Jinbei would go second. They would drop 2. Emu would play their 3-drop card, trash it, and then or kill them both, trash a card, and trash the card, so they only lose 1 card out of hand, and then they swing 5. Um, but the key is that Jinbei didn't actually spend anything for these cards, even though it still is actually I think good because ironically because that stops the law bounce potential. It also stops just the potential of swinging with one of these cards. So it's interesting, but at the same time, Jinbei can also still just like see that you did that, you tapped out. They can toss because you also toss a card, right? They can toss a card. You're a 4 life leader, so what their response would be like, okay, I trash a card. Well, I play my character, trash a card, and I swing 7. You're gonna either take the life or give me 2Ks. And then the problem with Jinbei at that point would be like, okay, what do you play as Jinbei? And you wouldn't play Law. And I think that's the biggest concern is that just completely shuts down Law. If you have Shirahoshi, then you're just happy. You're just like, okay, you just did that for nothing. If you have more searchers, or more than one searcher probably, or actually let's say you have searcher plus Arlong, then you're also fine. If you have like more than one searcher, I keep saying searcher, but this is not a searcher. But like these cards, if you have more than one of these cards, then you're also fine. Because the key is that if they do it again, then they did it instead of their well, one, they lost another card, and 2, they did it instead of their normal play. And at the end of the day, what Jinbei's strength is actually just this card, and this card, and this card. But this, if you don't need to play this card, you don't have to play this card, and it's also this card too. But you don't need your low end to win with Jinbei. You can play a more low end build, but I think that's unnecessary. Because I think the problem is that these cards are just more efficient, and you actually don't even need to play like overcommit to the aggression because this card's broken, this card's broken, this card's broken. This card is just ridiculous versus if it can hit a 7-drop, this card is just ridiculous. If it's a 7-drop or even if it's like a 4-drop, this card's ridiculous. Because you draw 2 cards, it rushed, and you bounce the card, and then you can always use the card. Like you never waste cards. You have to if you play perfectly, you actually technically should never waste cards in this deck if you play perfectly every game, right? So you have the potential of always using your hand perfectly, which makes the draw power even more powerful. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think but the good thing about that Charles card is that if the Jinbei was like relying on like going into like a law double bounce maybe, it's actually probably what you would do is you law double bounce versus Emu, because you would just swing 7 with leader anyways instead of swinging with your characters, because you just want to double bounce. Especially so you like don't play into their low removal. So it does stop that. So it saves you like, since them drawing 2 cards, basically saves you 4 down to pressure, but you lose a card from hand. I guess technically you lose 2 cards. No, you just lose a card from hand because you trash a card from board. Yeah, you just lose a card from hand for a game of 2 cards from them, which is good, but it's obviously like not a major trade. It's like a minor trade, but it's still good. It's just versus like a more balanced build like this, it wouldn't be like game changing. I think Perona doesn't work. I think so too, but I haven't tested. I don't remember too much. Joseph. I'll say yeah. I think if Joseph probably knows too, because I also thought that too, but I wasn't positive, so I didn't say it. Yes, watch you long cups. Always rooting for you. Thanks, Joseph. Really appreciate it. I like the deck ideas they have a lot in the tournaments, and sometimes I'm not in the ChinoizeCup chat anymore as much because I'm usually streaming, but also I'm in the ChinoizeCup chat. Dude looks like a Pokemon. Are you talking about Jinbei? I mean, Arlong also kind of looks like, or you know, actually Kaido looks like a Pokemon, right? Ooh, no, this guy looks like Wadatsumi. He looks like a Pokemon for real. Or maybe he looks like a Digimon. I'm not sure. No way, it's good. Looks like a Pokemon. That's crazy. You can't use leader effect to cards other than the leader is Fishman. That's the reason why it doesn't matter. The leader is Fishman. So the key is right. Is the law right? You don't. It's already swinging at 5. Okay, so you don't care because what you would do is let's say you play the law right. Versus it depends on the deck you're playing against though, right? Ideally you want to keep one maybe of these. You have your law, and the key is it counters your opponent's deck, and then you still keep the aggression because you gain the card, and you just give the card that you gain to your leader by trashing, right? The Jozu is already at 7, so it doesn't matter. This card can actually still get the effect. This card can still get the effect. The Kaido doesn't matter because it's already at 12, and you probably have other stuff. And again, leader can still get the Dawn. That's the reason why when I realized that the leader can get the 2 Dawn, that's when I realized, like, wait, this deck is crazy because the leader can get the Dawn. Like, you don't have to give it to the searchers. You can just give it to leader. And if they're a 4-life leader, it actually doesn't matter that much because getting the life versus not getting, like, swinging twice and not getting life is not that big of a deal, but probably you'd have both on the board anyways. And what you could do is you could just keep your searchers on the board and just like, especially if you don't care, like if they're a 5-life leader, most of the time you would want to wide swing them on the first hit. But if they're a 4-life leader, your aggressive deck, you don't actually care that much. If you guaranteed to take the first hit by tassing, or they just give you 2 cards, right? And sometimes, like, it's even better because if they give you 2 cards, it has to be a 2K and 1K, which would be relevant versus some decks. But that being said, you also have these cards, which are your primary low-end cards anyways. Let me just show this real quick. This card isn't good. This card's a bad card because you should already have this on board. This isn't a good card. I actually don't even like this card that much, but it does kind of make sense. This card's not a good card. This card's not that great. It's actually this card isn't a good card either. Or no, that's not true. That's not true. This is kind of a bad card. It technically counters the mirror, but the problem is you just bounce it with law, so it's like, I mean, it really doesn't counter the mirror. They have to have like barely 1 cost on board. And then that's like the Fishman anyways, actually. Because there's also this card. This card's not a good card. So, yeah. So we're already playing the good Fishman anyways. And then, since this is already good numbers, it doesn't really matter that much. And the only other cards that we would have on board is Son Goku, which would be bouncing. Law, which is broken and is at 5 anyways. And if we're at a point in the game, we can just like give it the 2 Dawn. If you really want everything to swing 7, we can just give it the 2 Dawn. And then we can allocate the free Dawn to our cards that can get it. Similar thing with Jozu. It's already at 7, which is nice. And then, yeah. This card's a Fishman. This card is probably the best card. No, this card is the second best card in the deck. This card is like by far the best card in the deck. Yeah, okay. I think you can play the 2-cost Jinbei over. Yeah. Well, The thing with this card, I actually was going to I actually don't like this card, but the thing is, you're supposed to start with the list that beats the format before you start prepping for the mirror. If I think what is gonna happen, and this is like gonna be by far the best deck, I don't think you would play this card because it's just countered by law. And so you'd only play this card if you don't have law, which law is double searchable by these two cards. So you'd only play this if you don't have law, and then you specifically have Shirahoshi into this is the only way this card is good anyways. Yeah. Because I mean, like, the other thing with this card isn't that good. Okay. You what this card reads, it says 3/4, right? 3K or 3 cost, 4,000 power. If you have 4 life, your opponent places 1 card, it's bottom of the deck, then this card dies next turn. That's what this card reads. Or actually, no. It actually reads something. It reads a little bit different. It reads, if this card isn't removed, or no, 3 cost, 4,000 power. If this card isn't removed, 1 time you can place 1 card from your opponent's hand to the bottom of the deck. That's what this card reads. Okay, it's not that crazy, because it's the difference of like playing this, because this is a 1/3. These are 1/3s, right? It's only 1,000 power less. The difference is you gain a card versus they lose a card. It's very minor. It's actually like really minor. So, and yeah, it's the difference is really minor. The only reason why this card is like even a question is because Shirahoshi doesn't have another good target. But that's the reason why I really like this card. It's 3/5. You have it as a 2K if you don't have Shirahoshi. If they bounce it, that's fine. If they bounce Shirahoshi, that's fine. Because obviously, if they bounce this card, it's like obviously not terrible. But this is a 2K, so to bounce this card, it's better. If they bounce Shirahoshi, it drew you a card, so. And you can replay late game. Oh, the other thing with this card does nothing late game, which is just not good. You'd actually, ironically, late game, you'd probably rather play a card that draws you a card than this card. Because these cards are just like, a 1/3 searcher in a deck like this is just crazy. Or a 1/3 card that adds a card is just crazy in a deck like this. Especially since this card can't whiff. It's not like Buggy. It searches your whole deck. This card also can't whiff. It draws you a card. So, yeah. So yeah, I think the good news is that if Jinbei was the best deck, you wouldn't need to play this card anymore. And so if Jinbei is like actually not crazy, if they like ban a card or something, then you don't need this card. Or wait, no, that's reverse. Then it shouldn't be as expensive. I mean, I guess actually, the worst case scenario for this card is that Jinbei is like just barely the best deck. It's like literally just barely the best deck, but Dofi's still there, and there's a third deck that's in contention. So, and then Arlong just happens to be good versus the other 2 decks, which it probably would be good versus Dofi. Maybe. Actually, no, it would be good versus Dofi, actually. So, yeah, if there was like, if that specific scenario happens, then yeah, that would be a problem for this card, because there is no replacement for this card. So the problem with this Jinbei, these cards are, even though they're just 1 cost, unless that's relevant, which it probably won't be, these cards are just better than everything except for this one. You could also just play this card as a replacement for this. Yeah, you could play this card as a replacement. This card is also better in the mirror. I think actually this probably would be the card that we switch to. If yeah, probably be the card that we switch to if it was just like a Jinbei meta. Because the good news is that if you play 2 cards, they both do something. They bounce 1. They still have value in the later game. Yeah, in the mirror, obviously, if you go first, what you'd want to do is you want to play a bunch of 1 costs so you don't get punished by a law on 4. Because if you play 3 costs, you just get heavily punished by law on 4. So, you also wouldn't want to play this in the mirror. Like, you really wouldn't want to play this in the mirror on the first curve. So you just get hard punished versus, like, if you play all these 1 costs, it just feels bad. You'd probably bounce. Well, no, you'd only bounce if they played law, which you'd probably still play the law because it's only 1 Dawn. But you probably just bounce your own characters. Which you'd rather than bounce your own characters than bounce your characters because you have the option to do the same thing, or you can bounce their law and one of your characters, which is almost just better. So, you know what's funny about this? The difference between Ace and Jinbei having a bounce game is that you can't pudding because you can always channel aggression into attacks, and so it would be like a really bouncy, aggressive. It'd be kind of like the Dofi mirror. Really bouncy, aggressive game. Game of bouncing, aggression, a lot of drawing, a lot of consistency, and yeah. So, yeah. I was thinking for first time Gigliog, first time chat. Yeah, I'm not too concerned. Well, no, I'm not too concerned. I'm not concerned about this card only being able to get Fishman or Merfolk 2 Dawn. Because, actually, because the only card would matter for is Law, but we don't care. So, yep. It's pretty much. Yeah, this card being some Warlords and a Fishman is kind of crazy. Okay, are we done with the we've been just chatting for like 2 hours now. Is that a 10 cost Kaido? I see. This card is insane in this deck. Now, is it necessary? I don't know. I think because the problem is in the mirror, this card is just better. But if it's like a balanced format, this card's insane into like other decks. So so you draw 4 cards, and the key is what this card reads is that you can draw 4 cards, and you can potentially, if you want to, you can attach 8 Dawn. You can also attach 2 Dawn and draw 3 cards. You can attach 4 Dawn and draw 2 cards. You can attach 6 Dawn and draw 1 card, or you can just draw 4 cards. Because of this Leer effect. And what's crazy is that you draw those cards, and you always get you get to choose whether you want to use it defensively or offensively, but you'd always get value from them if you played it correctly. Because one of the problems with this card is you use this card and you brick sometimes. You can't really if you brick, you just use it offensively, which in that situation you probably shouldn't be playing this card in a situation where you can't change the bricks into being fine if you use it offensively. And the cool thing about this giving 2 Dawn is that you basically turn 1 card into 2 cards, because when you swing at your opponent, right? Actually, you basically turn 1 card into asking a 2k from your opponent, because technically you already take a card with the 5 swing anyways. Not technically, you do always take a card from 5 swing anyways. But you basically ask for a 2k from your opponent, and if they have a 2k, you ask for 2 cards, or for them to take their life. Which is very aggressive. And then at the end of the game, it's really crazy because you just trash the rest of your hand and just do insane plays. Why are we playing Aladdin? I'll tell you why. This card isn't. The problem with this card is it had the draw effect is on KO. You just bounce it. with Law. Also, Law is the best 4-drop in this deck. Unless Emu is like still somehow very, very, very prevalent. Because you don't actually need this card for Emu, but it would be good. I'm not gonna lie to you. It would still be good. Still be good. But the only time it would be relevant is versus Emu. So that's not the reason why we're not playing Aladdin. Plus your Hoshi is like also just like better. So yeah. So you have to remember, in One Piece, removal is king. That's true. Removal is king. Why is Emu good? Natural immunity to removal and natural strong removal. Why is Ace good? Because it's naturally aggressive, defensive, and it has one of the best removal cards in the game, and it also has a copycat of the best removal card in the game, which is this card, or one of the other best removal cards in the game, which is this card. But this card is a slightly worse version of this. It says that access to these removal cards makes it a very balanced deck. And then obviously it has a defense and, 6k leader, drawing a billion cards. So, But yeah, we're not excited for OP14. I think this deck is just busted. Because this card is not fair. This is like just infinite power creep. You can just search any 2-drop in the game with this card. If you're a Fishman. This and then also has 1/3 counter, by the way, or 1/3 power, which is relevant for this deck, by the way. Infinite power creep. This card is also infinite power creep. And then you had like the original blue power creep card. The other original blue power creep card. Infinite power creep. Draw 3 cards. Draw 3 cards. No, barely. This is basically not a downside. You can't have 5 or more cards in your hand. You just use the leader ability. It's like the only way this would be relevant is if you had a lot of cards in your hand for some reason and you didn't have any Fishman besides leader and they weren't low on life, so that you swing high wouldn't matter. That's the only way that end of turn is relevant. But you should be able to play in a way that wouldn't matter. Actually, no, you can always play in a way because you can swing aggressively earlier. And then this card is also infinite power creep. A rusher that draws 2 when you rest 2 Dawn and bounces a 7-drop. It's like, yeah. See, that's the reason why we're not playing Aladdin. Okay, it's actually only 40 more minutes until the tournament now. We've been talking for a long time. Okay, I need to get something to drink actually. Sorry, my throat doesn't complain from not having moisture. Let's see, which list were we gonna play? I think we're gonna play this, right? Because I don't think I would ever actually play this list. This was just this list was only because of the top card. We knew that there wasn't probably being Zoro, and it was gonna be mostly Ace and Emu, and it was, or Ace, Emu, Lim from the other 6 players. Oh, so who won, by the way? think. Actually, let me see. Or is it over even? I mean, no, it definitely is over actually. Oh wait, no. I mean, it is, but he didn't do a post yet. I don't know who won. I think it's an ace. I think it was ace mirror for finals, which makes sense. Oh right, yeah. So we want to play this list. We'll probably just play this. Maybe it should just be one though. Ooh, actually, we're gonna try this. Wait, how many 2Ks is this? 4, 6. Oh, it's only 10. Oh no, it's 11. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Actually, no. I have the second one. Okay. It comes up versus Bonnie. I found it. Comes up versus Yellow Bonnie. Yes, I've actually played against Yellow Bonnie before, where it's actually relevant. Yeah. It comes up versus Yellow Bonnie because they can Nami you. Okay. Yes. I found the reasoning. We're good to go. Now, I hope we either face against a Bonnie or your emo. It changes, like, before emu was like 40% chance to see. Now with Bonnie being another deck that comes up against, it's like 41%. That's enough. It's enough. That's enough for us to try it. 41% chance they'll come up. Oh, I want an emote. You guys see this? Want a Brick Yo Ho Ho emote? That's interesting. I know they did that. It's like random. Is there another one? Oh, wait, does this keep happening? Are these like just already there? Oh wait, this is literally already there. Yeah, these are already there actually, right? These are just the 5 that are already there. Were there more? Maybe there's more. Okay, I just have to keep. I'm just curious now. I just want to keep pressing the treasure box. Ooh, what's that? I actually don't think I've seen that before. Okay, that might go on forever actually. Oh wait. Oh, actually, wait. Is it because I'm not logged in to Patreon, or is it actually? I thought there was supposed to be one against there. Imagine we just like waited for no reason. Supposed to be one everywhere there, I thought. Oops. I don't have to close it because it did the thing where it's too small. Thank you for the follow, Arcs Gaming. Hope you're doing well. Would normally start in 30 minutes. Is there like none today, I guess? Maybe there isn't. Or wait, did it start early today, maybe? Or wait, no, these are tournaments I played. Maybe it did start early? I guess I actually didn't ping for it, though. Because normally I think he pings. Wait. Doing great. Hope the same for you. Glad to hear it. I am doing great as well. Let's see. Is that today? November 20th, yeah. You did ping today, actually. Okay, it's definitely happening then. Maybe I have to log in again. Okay. Might just be that. Oh, maybe it's just down? Actually? I think it might actually just be down. Because there's actually other things that would be available through Patreon that aren't available. Maybe the tournament's gonna start late then? Wait, now available is non-patients. Wait, what? Oh, maybe they did change stuff with Patreon though. Maybe that's why. Or you just ping for it again. Maybe my Patreon subscription expired actually. I guess at that point I might as well pay for it because I got the last one for free. Maybe. We'll see. There's actually no reason not to because I've won more in the tournaments this month than one's Patreon subscription for their bounty. I don't know if it did expire though. I guess I can just, or maybe, it looks like actually, I guess it's, I really don't know actually. Maybe because he actually pinged for the tournament again, so maybe doesn't know that's not showing. Maybe it's actually just me. I don't know, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Okay, now. My Yonko subscription expires in 5 days. That makes sense, actually. So, then it's just not showing up. Is it? Oh, okay. He probably actually just didn't know it wasn't showing up, maybe, and someone told him. Wait, did it just not submit? Oh no, it did. Error joining, is it because I already joined? Okay, yeah. Okay, wait, does this, oh, I thought maybe it shows deck list if I do that. Definitely doesn't, but. Okay, and then this one is the limbless. Okay, this one that's already on. Okay, so now we have 30 minutes until TC Matchmaking Yonko monthly tournament, or Yonko daily, or Yonko only daily tournament starts. Okay. Yeah, apparently it just wasn't showing up and he wasn't aware. Guess we can play a raid game. Unless we want to talk about more OP13. We could try to build a maybe we could like theorize decks that stumps my theory of Jinbei being a tier 0 deck. Cause that's just I don't actually know that, of course. Very, that is my opinion though. I hope I'm wrong though. I could be wrong. Let's see. Alright. For regular Luffy and ranked. Or maybe I should play Lemon. Actually, I don't like playing Lemon ranked. I don't need more practice with Lim. Maybe I do. Always need more practice, but definitely haven't played Luffy nearly as many games as Lim. That was weird. It was just like moving. I guess it found a match. Oh, you guys can't even see it because I moved it. That's right. I forgot. Oops. You guys can't even see what I was doing after I hit it because of I was signing in. Let's see. His hand's like kind of It's really not that good. It's not that bad. Could work. Oh, that's not a good search. I guess we just take this, to be honest. We do have the combo at least, which is nice. And we're on the first curve. When you're on the first curve, you like actually have to go for Zoro versus Emu. Going wide just doesn't. I mean, most of the time you go for Zoro at some point, anyways. But like almost have to hard go for Zoro, and it definitely has to be this. Swings 5. Searches, plays a card. Plays a blocker. Oh, actually, this is good. That's a good top deck. We won it on 3, but it's fine. It's like actually fine. Definitely Sanji. Yeah, definitely Sanji. Kill Sashigi, expected. But he doesn't kill our Zoro. That's the important part. Okay, let's see. Let me hopefully top deck a law. Imagine. That'd actually be so good. If we top deck law here. If we don't, it's like also fine. Garp into law? Yep. I knew it was either we need to find Garp or law, because we haven't seen a law in so long. I guess we bounce Nami, because we probably just want to find 2Ks or cards to help Zoro, and the highest chance is Nami. We swing 6 and we stand 2 with Sanji. It's actually really nice that we find the law, so now we feel a little bit more safe the turn we drop Zoro, because we have a blocker that we can use if we need to. Does he block again with this card? Honestly, probably right. Probably right. The good news, our board is also wide enough that if he studies our Zoro, we're like kind of fine at this point, because our board is wide enough that if they do that, then we just can aggressively go into them. Man, they build their trash fast. That's crazy. Kill Sanji. Makes sense. Unless they don't want to kill Sanji? Okay, I was about to say. Swings 9. Swing 5. Ooh, that's crazy. We actually, that's 2 Maidons though. So we probably would never use the second one, but it's okay. There's a chance. Look, yeah, I might even toss this Nami. You probably don't really need it at this point, actually. Because we would be looking for like maybe Deadmans. But Deadman, we can only use Deadmans with 1 anyway, so. And then we just take the next 2 hits. That's really good. That's really good, actually. That's really, really good. So this turn, we want to put them to 1 or 2. Honestly, 1 was probably safe, but or 2 is probably safe still, but ideally we would put them to 1. Or maybe actually we can't. Oh no, we could. We definitely could actually. Probably. Maybe. Depends. Sanji. Ooh, that's actually mean. Is that worth it? We do back-to-back turns. I guess it's too much Dawn anyways. So we probably want to leave up 2 Dawn this turn. Oh, we can also just use a Sanji this turn too. Let's have unblockable Zoro. Okay, I guess first we can always just swing like 6 with leader. It could be 7, I guess. Probably really should be 6. Actually, I changed my mind. I think actually we probably really need to. Let's see. Play the Sanji. He's probably going to do this 1 card again anyways. Okay. Let me go 7 here. I don't think we want to let this card on the board. Leave this card on the board, I mean. I'm going to block this first one anyway, so we won't spend any more. And then we swing again. Let's see. Yeah, we don't need to spend. Is there... I guess there's actually no reason to play this Sanji too, so... I guess actually the main concern is that if we don't take 1 life... I guess that is the concern. If we don't take 1 life, then we're risking just losing to everything, basically, by default. Let's see, how dead are we if we do this? 7, 7, 7, 6, 10 Dawn. Probably should be. Oh no, he just tossed it 2k. Yeah. What is this? If it takes, we won't restand it. Okay. You could just still have 2 though. Yeah. Good news they used this. Bad news is that, yeah. But we'll see. Yeah, I guess we probably should just went for 2 turns of, or we should just went for a turn of unblockable, or back-to-back turns of unblockable, because it's almost certainly just better than what we're gonna do. Good news if we find their Charleston in law, we probably could survive another turn. Probably. Interesting. Very passive swing. I respect it. I mean, if he doesn't take this life, we are going to. I mean, there's no reason for him not swing like at least 8. So we can definitely survive another turn though. We swing board again. I don't have a way to deal with the blocker. Luffy's not gonna help. Okay, maybe not actually. Oh, just kidding. We're fine now. Oh wait, there's nothing to play though. Ooh, actually, yeah, that doesn't work. Oh yeah, that doesn't work at all. Maybe we should have kept the Sanji. That was kind of not very smart. Okay. Yeah, we'd be like really fine if we just had if we kept the Sanji. That wasn't smart. There's like actually 2 things. We could either kept the Sanji and prayed that I guess we top deck Law or Charleston, or we could have more aggressively. But we'll see. If we get both blockers again, we're probably not dead. If we get both blocks again, I mean. Actually, we're almost certainly not dead if we get both blocks again. But we'd be in a really great spot if we just had the Sanji in hand. It's also just greedy to keep the second one. We really don't need 2 of these. Yeah, I guess if we just go Sanji. Yeah, actually, I don't know why I kept the Sanji. We just go Sanji unblockable 3 times. Especially when he let the Noshiro go. I probably just went unblockable. And then we get 1 or 2 life. We probably can survive because we leave up another Dawn that way. Takes the block first. Probably gonna block again, actually. Maybe we'll counter first. Countering first forces more. This is the reason why I need to play Red Green Luffy more. If I was more experienced, I would have been like, oh, I keep the Sanji just in case. Refined Garp or Law. He takes. Actually took. So we don't even. They're actually kind of more scared they took. Here, have another Don Luffy. Okay. Actually, I don't think we survive, to be honest, because we need more 1Ks. These are not 1Ks. These are not that. Actually, there's like no way we survive. We really needed these to be 1Ks. No Shrew plus the rest, yeah. Oh, we didn't have anyways. Yeah, we just need we need the Sanji. I guess maybe we could have played another blocker, but then we only have 2 down up. Yeah, I should have just not tossed my Sanji. That's what happens when it's first Red Green Luffy game of the day. Okay, let's see. 7 more minutes. We did go first versus Emu again. Which, I mean, didn't feel too bad. There was like 2 easy lines I could have done. Or not 2 easy lines. There was 1 line I should have done, which was the unblockable thing and not been scared. With 5 down up and a blocker. But then there's the other line of hoping I draw Sanji. Because we just win there if we just have the Sanji. With the law. Let's see. Actually, we did. No, the Nami was. We dropped the Nami on the other team. Earlier. Let's see. 6 minutes. I actually really think the Croc is a cool deck, but I think it just loses to Jinbei. I still think that these 2 decks I think are really underwhelming compared to the other 2. Very underwhelming. I think Boa, part of the problem with Boa, I think Boa does need EBO3, which we don't get first. We get OP14 first. Which is also part of the problem with this, is that we get OP14 first. That's like also part of the problem. Is we're going to have a month of pre-EBO3 OP04, OP14. So the EBO3 cards won't exist. Which could be bad too, because if like EBO3 does change things dramatically, it might not even be like tier 0 in the East. Actually, wait. Assuming that, you know, like, it is like quote unquote tier 0. Because like, VV would probably be decent into Jinbei maybe. For character base. Oh wait, no. This is protects from KO. Just kidding. Yeah, this card only protects from KO. Not from what Jinbei does. That's unfortunate. Okay, yeah, that guy actually kind of carries. It's BB. Just kidding. And then what other support is there? Limbs, but that's not gonna do that much. What's do again? Doesn't do that much either. Yeah. Evo 3 actually probably won't affect it. Well, let's see. Dofi's pretty powerful though. This card's kind of insane. And Leer Effect is also kind of ridiculous. This might even be like, I mean, this is for sure better than Bonnie Leer Effect. It's, I mean, I would say it's probably even stronger than the Null Leader Effects. Yeah, I think it's probably the most defensive Leader Effect in the game, especially with the support it got. I think actually the big question is like, for this deck to be really good, you'd have to be able to chain these. To chain them, you have to establish like this, or or pudding or kid. How many actually do they have any extras? You can also have this card on board. You can have this card on board and use it into Dofi, which is really strong, especially since this card has a good on play effect too. It's actually kind of crazy on KO effect as well. There's also actually, that's right. There's also this card, but the thing with this card is that they could just not swing into you if they're scared of you chaining it. So this is not a real solution. This is like a fake solution. This is a real solution actually. Yeah, this is a real solution. Let's see. Even though you still have to play this card. We have 2 minutes, but I'm going to since we have nothing else to do before the start, I'm just going to put this together, see what's up. Wait, does this deck have 2 searchers now? It does, doesn't it? Because this card's a searcher too. And there's no downside because it ramps the Dawn back. Yeah. I guess the downside is that if you remove 1 cost with like the 4 cost Jinbei or even bounce it, I guess you probably wouldn't bounce it though. Then I guess this does nothing. But you still would cancel or no, since it's 1 attacking, I guess it would get shuffled before this effect procs, so I guess that would work. This card's kind of strong. Maybe, actually, maybe. Yeah, this card is this card is decently strong. It is actually pretty nice that you don't have to actually use the Leer ability. So it's like one of the few cards that's actual ramp. In archetype actual ramp. Because these are like fake ramp where you have to use Leer ability, so it just nullifies Leer ability. This is like it's literally just Magellan, but it's worse because it's on KO. This is a second 4 cost ramp, except for it heals you, which is kind of crazy. But again, these cards, because I think this card would be like day 1 by pure intuitive builds, this deck would probably be pretty close to being the best deck because one, you just destroy Emu, and two, these cards, these on KO effects are kind of insane. The counter to them is actually blue, and Jinbei is already blue. That naturally wants to play bounce cards, so yeah. This card would be interesting. I think this card would be like, I just don't know how many counter you'd actually want to play because this card would naturally get bullied. And you don't really need counter in this deck. I actually don't even think you really want counter in this deck like that. So I guess you would play this card anyways, probably. So maybe there's that, but besides that, I don't know. There's this card which is interesting, but the problem with this card is you de-ramp yourself and you take a whole turn, but it is just like better. It's like one of the best anti-removal cards because it protects. It protects everything basically for just minusing it down. It's like Sanji for, yeah, it's really like 3-cost Sanji for your whole Don Kyori pirates, which is kind of crazy. And this is a crazy 2K. It's like a really crazy 2K. This card's also pretty good. This card's insane. Probably the best card. This card is unironically, not playable, unironically. Okay. Tournament should be about started. No, it's not started yet. Interesting. And I did join. Oh, we have to refresh it. Yeah, it shows I joined now. But still, okay. Maybe here? No, waiting tournament start. Okay. Let's see. No, it'll just be this as the options. You must see if you're done, if you're blah blah blah. Oh wait, that's the ramp. I actually might need to play this card because of the 3-cost ramp. And the counter. It's like the Straw Hat. And if your opponent has a 6,000 for add, so your opponent has a 6,000 power or more. I don't love it. It is kind of strong though if they do have a 6,000 power or more. But they can easily, well not easily, potentially play around that. If your leader has 4K counter, you keep 2K. I mean, okay. I guess. Oh yeah, and this card's bad. Okay, so. And then there's like Kata. What's this? Oh, there's also this card. There is also this card. Which this card is actually really crazy with that plus 2K card. Okay, let's see. I don't know if I saved that actually. Is it starting now? No. I guess it's not starting. I'll start one day. Yeah. There's a lot of people in the tournament live help. I'm sure they're working on it. Okay. Oop, I knew I didn't save. Let me actually look though. Whether guess we already have 2 1-drops, maybe we don't need one. This card would be kind of funny as another 1-drop that you can just like, you know, that you can make them swing into. Which would only be relevant in the late game. But it would still be relevant. Oh wait, no, it has to be Don Carrick. Oh, so it only can be these cards, right? Okay. That actually makes a lot of difference for what cards you can play. I guess this card is just like not. It's kind of just worse version of these for once. That's crazy. Bond Clay has been like, it is actually crazy. These are like both just like better Bond Clays, just naturally. And Bond Clay has been like one of the best purple cards for such a long time. Yeah, it's like actually by a lot. This card is kind of crazy. That one makes sense. This card is still good. This card is like low-key probably still good. The only thing is like this is your only cycling, but this is like also one of your best cards too. But it only can cycle if they don't remove it. So you don't have any instant cycling, which maybe should be a little bit concerning if to play cards like this. But this card would probably be pretty strong. Maybe I guess it doesn't fit the format though. Yeah, I guess it won't really fit the format. Maybe. Oh, ironically, this card would be kind of good just because of 10 cost, but it doesn't work with anything else, so you probably won't play it. Actually, is there anything that gives you Dawn back on your opponent's turn? Probably not. Right? Right? I mean, all these cards are just like, these are just infinitely better ramp than anything else you could ever play, and the normal purple cards. I think this card is interesting. I guess, yeah, it wouldn't make sense because it's only for Dofi again. For 10 cost Dofi. Captain Achilles has counter. But, I mean, I guess this card is probably just better. Oh wait, this is during your opponent's turn? This card doesn't fix the problem either then, actually. Because that means they still, if you 10 cost Dofi them, they still attack. So actually it's just, maybe do play Kid then. yeah, this card doesn't fix the problem either because what I would assume would happen versus good decks, or maybe the decks that I would, yeah, versus good decks like Emu. I'm assuming would just not attack to play into your raise to get Dawn back, and then would just get rid of your 10 drop, and then you can't 10 drop them again. Blue would just Red Rocket and then not attack, and so you can't 10 drop them again. Unless they didn't care. There's a chance Blue doesn't care because of Jinbei though. Well, maybe. I guess they have to be going for game. They could not care because of maybe Kaido. Maybe. Maybe. It probably actually would mostly want to be a Red Rock. I can't play that card. SP Brooks. Okay. Is this tournament start yet? It's like actually 12 minutes past tournament start. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are still complaining, so I'm assuming they're trying to fix it. Unfortunate, but hopefully it doesn't get canceled or something. I can't play that card. What does this card do again? Draw one card. Place one card from your hand, top of deck, then add up to... Okay, it's decent. Anki adds one card from... That is kind of crazy, but they have to kill it. My biggest concern with this card would definitely be 8 cost Jinbei. It's a natural 7 cost that you really want to get rid of by not KOing, so you just bounce it. You can also just make it not attack with 10 cost Trophy because it's a 7. You can also, instead of KOing it. Yeah, it feels like this card just, unless the curve matches this card, because I guess this card is like the best 7 drop though. Best 7 drop that makes you go to 10. Because yeah, these other cards generically are not that. And then there's Katakuri, there's this card. Probably wouldn't play this card. No, you definitely wouldn't play this card. You could play this card. I guess Luffy isn't terrible. It can't be stunned by 10 cost Dofi either. Yeah. Big Mom, I guess, is... Oh, I guess Big Mom is really strong. It's actually similar to, like... Big Mom is actually kind of crazy for a lot of decks because you can heal, and then you have Leer ability to... So basically they have to have 3 swings, similar to an L. If you... Yeah. It's kind of crazy, actually. But what's crazy about this card is that it can defend your board too. And then you have the 10 drop. And I guess that's just like all the options. Because the Don Kyoyu package is so strong. Like these cards are just ridiculous. Okay. I keep making the mistake of checking the tournament and leaving the screen. I'm just gonna check the tournament and not leave the screen though. Yeah, it's still not. Still awaiting tourney start. It's okay though. They've been doing well for the past 9 or 18 days. Well, from what I played in. They're also running the daily tournaments simultaneously. Yes, exactly. And all you know is that this deck gets to play Pudding while also not having to play into via Leer effect. And on top of that, because again, their searcher can search anything that's 2 and up. So Pudding is searchable in that deck. And you can bounce back your searchers. So if you only play 2 Pudding in that deck, it's actually a decently high chance because you can just keep cycling that to find the card. which is almost true for any card, because you just bounce back your searcher that searches everything over and over again. If you really prioritize that, and you can find the card. But I actually don't even have pudding, because pudding wouldn't be good in the mirror, and because actually what deck pudding would probably be really good against. Dofi, which I think Dofi's like the only. It's like interesting because I think Dofi like naturally is a really strong deck, but this gets countered by Law. This card gets countered by Jozu. This card gets countered by Jozu. This card gets countered by Jozu. This card doesn't get countered. Like the 8-drops are like the only relief. This card gets countered by Red Rock and not swinging, because all you have to do is that if they have to have a Katakuri or a Kid, or else if you don't swing on them, there shouldn't be a way that they can play this card back to back, which I guess you could argue that you play this card and then you like drop into Dofi or Kata again, which is probably what you would do. But the key is that if you're like the cannot be rested for 3 sevens is kind of crazy. It's just a crazy effect, and so if that got value, them not being able to do that again is pretty important. The other thing is too is you still have leader swing, which depending on what their board is like, because the thing is that if you have playing heavy removal, you could like play Grab Blade and Jinbei. You can play the double shuffle low end stuff for Jinbei, so you don't actually, so you can make sure leader actually still does something relevant. If you like, let's say you red rock this card, and then like because if you just keep removing the cards, basically. But I think it's interesting because this card probably is the best bet. Like these two cards basically. But the problem with Katakuri, they can just red rock the Katakuri. But then if they red rock the Katakuri, then they don't red rock this card. So I don't know. The Linlin would be interesting, but I do think that Jinbei would just be fine because they would have so many swings that if you don't drop this card, then it would just be like really fine. There's also a thing with Jinbei playing Kaido, because I think that's like the way that you would like fully try to be fine with this matchup as Jinbei without like assuming that the Law and the Jinbeis were enough if you slump the early game, is that is you play the 10 cost Kaido and then you just keep dropping those or Red Rock, and then this won't affect that. And then you'll probably be more healthy than them, ironically, because you're more efficient. So obviously depends, because yeah, putting the likelihood that they would be able to drop multiple without having a big hand would be unlikely anyways. So yeah. Yeah, what do you think about the EBO3 limb? So I've said this a few times in multiple streams, but EBO3 is after OP14, and I'm actually even more down about it than I was before, because I think Jinbei like just closes the door for a lot of decks, but I think the EBO3 limb is like, actually ironically it probably would help actually the Jinbei matchup a lot, because you make everything higher. But that matchup would just purely be can you draw all your shanks and can you survive? It'd be pretty hard, but yeah, I do think the 4-cost slim is like, I think it's really strong, especially since we want to go second anyways now. So if you go like Odyssey turn 1, we're prioritizing our first Odyssey surviving anyways because we're playing more 1 costs. Our first Odyssey survives, we go Odyssey limb, or no, we go 5-cost Odyssey plus 4-cost limb because we're on the second curve. Then the first Odyssey gets boosted, our limb leader gets boosted, so it's harder swing against us anyways, harder swing against our characters too. And then we go 10 drop shanks, and then limb is still an option which is really nice. So I think the idea of it's really strong. I think the matchup concern would be maybe a thing, but I don't think it would be like too bad. Especially since it's 2K. The main thing is the 2K. I really don't see it ever being like not that bad, but apparently like even after EVO3 the East didn't like 4-cost limbs still, so I don't know. I don't know why. Because like I think a lot of them eventually switched to the like finally switched to 10-cost Shank Slim, but they apparently still don't like 4-cost EVO3 limbs. So I'm there has to be something there that's like for them to even, because like that should be like a natural card that you're like, ooh, I want to play that card, but that card not being played is a little concerning, because it's like it should just be a natural card that you would think to play because it's 2K too. So I don't know, because I don't think the limb name should be enough to hold it back, because it's like when you play other 2Ks now, Odyssey. Okay, did the tournament start yet? Is this tournament gonna start? Oh, the tournament started, but we got the bye. Easy. That's actually really funny. Okay, let's see. Round 1 is in front of us. That's kind of backwards, but it's fine. Purple Luffy. Okay. Looks pretty normal. Actually, this looks like a lot less emu. Ace, ace, ace. 1 emu. Limb, ace, ace, ace. 1 emu. 3 emu. 4 emu. 5 emu. 6 emu. 7 emu. That's pretty low. 9 emu. That's actually really low. Wait. 10? 10 emu? That's really low. 52? Maybe it's because 3 ace, 4 ace, 5 ace, 6 ace, 7 ace, 9 ace, 11 ace, 12 ace, 13 ace, 14 ace, 15. Okay. 17 ace? Okay, that's probably why. And then there's a lot of people playing other stuff. Like, it's actually a lot more diversity than there normally is in these tournaments, because it's usually less diversity than like ChinoizeCup. But we got a purple Luffy, 2 purple Luffys, a green red chopper, a Rayleigh. That's actually pretty rare, surprisingly. Roger. Magic is facing Status. Magic is playing today, actually. Another limb. Sabo is pretty spicy. Yellow Bonnie, green Bonnie. All the decks today. Maybe that's the reason there was so much of a delay. They're like, whoa, they were too shocked by all the different decks that broke their system. Buy equal easy dub, true. You know what's crazy about buys? And yeah, it's buys are like sometimes like, oh, you get the buy and then you don't get a opponent, so that doesn't count in your wait, could be less than playing an opponent the first round if your opponent would do better. But since it's a single elimination tournament, a buy is literally just a free win. That doesn't matter. So you like would always take a buy. Versus some people would argue in like a Swiss tournament that buys are not always the greatest, because yeah, if your opponent high rolls on their first round opponent and win, then they would have a better opponent win percentage than you. So it's interesting. But you could also argue that if you're Swiss, right, and your opponent just, your first round opponent just loses infinitely, then, you know, then you wouldn't want, then you would rather have to buy, and which is possible. Someone has to lose all their games in the tournament, unfortunately. Well, no, yeah, actually, yes, someone does have to lose all their games in the tournament, unless no one drops, which never happens. Okay, let's see. We were looking at this. We probably have like another 10 minutes now. Yeah, there's no way you ever play that. I think the key is probably just like this Captain Kid and the Katakuri. Maybe I guess actually 5 classes will get bullied though. So maybe it's just the Katakuri. Yeah, it's probably just the Katakuri. But they have to draw this card? Because yeah, the other thing with this deck is that if you're facing a removal deck, right, that can, I mean mostly blue, if you're facing, because this deck just hard counters Emu. So if you're facing Ace or Jinbei, right, if you can't establish your board, you kind of don't do anything. And because I think that's the main concern with this deck, and like, is that fine? I don't know. Especially since like you just, like especially if they're wearing like low end removal, then you can't even use effects, leader effects, so. Maybe that would be pretty bad. Especially when you factor in cards like Pudding. Because versus like Emu, you not only do they have to carry your stuff, this card just hard counters Emu. Versus Green, kind of just hard counter Green. Like Zoro, super hard counter Zoro. They probably have to play Tenka Shanks to have a chance, even, to be honest. I guess actually you could argue, well no, if they have a blocker, then if you have a blocker, then you just force them into one of your, you block and you force them into one of your other characters, so that could be your double block. It's the only way. If they rest all your blockers, then they just only swing face. In theory, if they DMG, but then, even then, you can still force them to block into something that you want them, or yeah, to attack into something that you want them to attack into, like your cycle Monet. Where decks are there? Probably counter. Actually, I guess you probably. I guess yeah, Mihawk would probably be fine into this deck. Maybe. Actually, I'm not. I think there's a lot of things you can do with Mihawk. With Green Mihawk, I just think that Green just naturally gets countered pretty hard by blue. Oh, also actually there's another deck that I think has a chance. So this is probably mostly Cope though. It's obviously Red Green Luffy is what I'm gonna say, but the reason why is because this card is really insane for Red Green Luffy, and it counters blue because it protects everything including itself, which is really important if you just rest a Dawn card, which is really easy to have, and one extra Dawn in Luffy. And so this is a super searchable, protect all your Straw Hats card. But the problem is with Red Green Luffy is you probably just get like super bullied. You actually get like giga bullied by Dofi. It'd be like probably worse than it is facing Bonnie. So there's a world maybe that like Jinbei is like the best, but Red Green Luffy's like fine into it, but Dofi just has 100% win rate into Red Green Luffy, and then there's a world where I can see that happening. But the problem is I actually don't even think the problem with Red Green Luffy versus Jinbei is that Jinbei doesn't have to be pure aggro, so it's not like a natural like Red Green Luffy just wins into aggro, because that is true. But Jinbei has a lot more ways to win than just aggro. But again, this card does stop the removal aspect too, so maybe. And also, this card's ridiculous. You just rest 2 opponent characters and gain 5. You gain 10k counter for free. 10k counter plus you rest 2 opponent characters. That's crazy. The other thing that would be interesting is Teach, but the problem with Teach is Teach would 100% just get bullied by Jinbei, 100% because of, I mean, natural. It's like worse Dofi almost. Well, maybe. Actually, maybe not. Actually, so you'd have to play you have to play a decent amount of I mean, like, obviously Jinbei is already a rusher, but you have to play a decent amount of the cards that aren't on play, which almost your whole deck is on play. So, but the other thing is Teach would have to stop your on plays every turn. You'd also have infinite aggression, and Jinbei would be an insane card versus that deck. And you also have Red Rock and Perfume Femur. Yeah, actually no. I think Teach would need to get more support this set for that to happen. You can also play Grab Blade, by the way, which is ironically might be crazy. And it's still searchable. Grab Blade would still be searchable as well. Also is crazy. So, so yeah, we'll see. Okay, still weighing. Wait, who are we? I wonder if it's this, maybe? So it would just be Ace or Ace that we play against? Because they already won, so it probably is. Unless it's just like... Wait, they went here. Yeah, I don't know. We probably could face any of these people. Oh wait, no. They went... Oh wait. These guys both have a first round opponent. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they went here. So most likely is this, because it would have to be like this going here or like something else. But it would make sense if like the person that you're facing against is the one right next to you, and they just have this. But then also this would have to come from here instead of... Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. What else are we talking about? Oh yeah. There's also the thing with this deck too, is that you do ramp. So, oh wait, that's what this card's or what this deck is also missing. That got taken out when I forgot to save this card. Because you do have, I guess the only thing is like, is this a go second deck? I guess it has to be go second deck because these two cards are really strong. Just another go second deck. They like been releasing a ton of go second decks. They're like on a streak. Yeah, because you ramp. I guess maybe if there's a... You could also just play like this and still go first. Maybe. Yeah. Because this card doesn't ramp you. Well, it does ramp you, but it just negates the downside of using ability. Which I guess you could argue that playing these cards are still good, because if they swing more than 1k, then you're getting more. You're basically just getting a free block out of it. But I guess you could just play a blocker at that point, so maybe not. Yeah, actually, I guess maybe not. You just play a blocker at that point. Now this card though, this card is really nice because it's a free block. It's like a better version of Sugar in a way, because it's just a free block. And then you search. But they could also just like not swing into it. I guess that's a good point. If you play this card, or is there a world where you just starve Dofi? That feels weird though, because it's so hard to kill them. I guess you would just starve Dofi, wouldn't you? Just not swing into them. Yeah, I guess that is actually what you'd have to do. Especially the moment you saw this card, you just starve them. And if you're especially you're playing like a blue deck, starve them, pudding. Good luck. Or starve them, build big board, pudding. Good luck. Yeah, I guess you would just starve them and remove their stuff. That's probably just the pure counter. Yeah. Well, okay, so what you'd have to do is you'd have to starve them, probably have a little bit of removal, and then you have to play around this card. So it have to be a wide board of A and up. Very specific. But, of course, Jinbei can do that. Oh, also, there's actually another card that I didn't even point out. This card, depending on the format, is also another searchable card that could be crazy in Jinbei. So, yeah. That's double searchable. So, yeah. Yeah, it would be interesting, I guess. The other thing though, like, I guess maybe you don't need to starve them if you're bouncing their stuff anyways. You probably don't need to starve them. A lot of decks would probably have to though, because like if you just let them do what they want, like just do whatever they want for free. Yeah, you probably would have to, because if you don't have like the stuff to remove the stuff, then once you take that first swing, you're like never swinging life again. Especially if they play like one of these cards. But I guess only some decks can realistically starve anyways. It's like what Emu would probably just starve you and then play like 4 Stussy, and that's their way that they are fine with this matchup, because their counter to this card is definitely just Stussy. They Stussy you and then don't attack. Yeah, I feel like this deck would be interesting because I don't actually see too much of a way for this deck to deal with starving. But I guess this card is just kind of insane. There's just like not that many decks that can do it. Okay, let's see, wait. Still waiting for... Okay. Man, this is gonna be a long way if we just lose first round. That'd be messed up. I guess actually maybe Pudding would counter this deck pretty hard, but Pudding would 100% just get destroyed by Jinbei. Maybe like a yellow Big Mom deck. Also, I mean, if you get lucky, Karakuri probably can be any deck still. But yeah, I guess this would probably also lose to Jinbei. And LV Dofu would be a funny matchup. Dofu probably win though, but it would be funny. Oh yeah, this card super carries BY Luffy. Wow. Ooh, you know, this is gonna be the reason why they unban Gecko. This card right here. That's the reason why I printed this card. They want to unban Gecko. Yeah, that's actually the reason why this card was printed. You know, ironically, actually, they unban Gecko. They make this deck have to be played because Jinbei probably cannot power through the power of what Gecko combos could do in the new decks. So maybe that could be the hope. Instead of banning this, unban, imagine. Bring back Gecko. 8-cost Gecko. That'd be crazy. Probably won't do that. I guess this would be... No. I mean, you would just lose anyways, but... Laker Crack is interesting because it got some support. Yeah, Nami ZBO3. unfortunately, which we don't get first. Croc could actually probably starve. You just build a board of your 8-drop Crocs, and then you start swinging. You just infinite stun. Infinite stun their 10-drop and other cards and swing. Yeah, Croc could probably, but I think Croc just Croc is like a really strong leader. I think it just gets countered by blue too as well. Now Croc, if they bring back Gecko, you have Gecko and Nicarabin, that would be crazy. It's actually interesting though, because I don't see Emu going away, because like there's definitely would be people that would because like the Jinbei would have to play well still to beat the Emu. They can't just like play like, I mean Jinbei probably has to play well to beat most decks. It's just like you always have to make decisions deck. So that's the one thing with Jinbei, is that it's like not an easy to play deck, or maybe not even not easy. It's a high skill ceiling deck because there's always different things you could do or different approaches you can take. It could still be easy to play, to be honest. It's just that the skill ceiling is probably high, or no, it's definitely high. Yeah, so I don't see Emu going away though, which is interesting. Does it say original cost? This doesn't say original cost though. For both things, actually. That's actually really relevant. Play Usopp? Just kidding. But that not being original cost is actually pretty relevant. There's actually probably a few cards or a few decks, because all Jinbei stuff is also not original cost. So I guess maybe Sabo. Sabo actually, and I could actually see that Sabo in OP13, because not original cost is higher, and yeah, original cost is 8 cost, which is really relevant for most of your cards, and sometimes it's higher for like your Stussy, I guess only your Stussy, but I can see Sabo being pretty good. And then you have Stussy carrying big drops. Yeah, Sabo probably will be good in OP14, unironically. Maybe. I didn't look at what support Sabo got. I know it gets a promo. Okay, still waiting. Ooh, they should bring my purple law back. Probably would be fine. Actually, unironically, I think it would be fine versus Jinbei. Like, I'm not even joking. Versus Dofi, maybe. I actually don't know. No, they have enough removal. Probably would, especially these cards actually, and these cards. Okay, actually no, this deck would get destroyed by Law, but the Jinbei probably stands a chance versus Law. Emu probably like, yeah, Emu definitely stands a chance too. Yeah, just bring Law back. That would balance the format. Lim, I think, would have to go second, and Shanks. I think I already said that, but probably be Lim's win con versus Jinbei. And also, I think Lim would get destroyed by this deck, unfortunately. Maybe. No, probably. It's actually a very high chance that Lim would get hard countered by this deck, because this card is just too strong. So you're basically relying on your solely relying on your 10 cost Shanks, and then you can't even dead man's game their leader ability, so you only have a certain amount of attacks. I guess the only good news with Lim versus this deck is that they're not extremely aggressive, so maybe you can drop like 3 Shanks in that matchup. UP would probably be no, maybe actually not. No, definitely not. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, maybe actually. It has the tools. It has the tools for Dofi and Jinbei to be like at least around. Problem is, yeah. No, it has the tools. UP probably could, especially once it gets promo Roger. I think Ace just loses Jinbei. Not gonna lie. They just do what you want to do in the Ace mirror, except for better. And they have better cards. And they can just be super aggressive anyways. Yeah, Zanji would die because it would get countered by this deck, and then Jinbei is probably even harder of a removal deck than Ace. And it has aggression on 4 life leader at the same time. It's actually funny. Roger would actually probably not even be that good into Jinbei because you can go tall. You don't even have to just go wide because of Kaido, 10 cost Kaido, and And 8 cost Jinbei. You also have Red Rock, which is important because of Shanks. 10 cost Shanks. Yeah. I mean, you can also probably just rush. Well, that's actually a thing with the matchup, though. You could just rush them down in the beginning, and then once they get big, you can slow down and just kill them with your Jinbei, and you can bounce back your low end stuff if you wanted to. You can also putting them. Yeah, you can also putting them. Bonnie would be interesting technically, because I think it has a little bit more tools to deal with. I mean, it has Tashigi to deal with. Oh, actually, that's right. I forgot. This card kind of counters the starving strat, so it would be interesting, actually. Yeah, this card does kind of the starving strat because then you drop this card and then they basically can't remove your stuff for the rest of the game. Also has a decent one attacking effect. So maybe, yeah, I did forget about this card. Maybe you probably wouldn't. I think in verse with Azemu you probably would still have to, but you can also just take a Dawn away from them and return them with Emu if they choose to keep protecting this card. I guess maybe versus as Jim or as a. It actually might be worth it. Use Jozu, bounce your own card. You had try to bounce this card. They minus a Dawn, so they not only didn't ramp on this turn, they minus themselves a Dawn. And then on the next turn, you could potentially try to bounce it again. And then on the next turn, you could Jinbei bounce it. But I guess at that point, they can play stuff that gives them Dawn back, like this card. So that forces you to swing into it. And each turn they protect this card. Oh, but that also minuses a Dawn though. It's a very expensive card actually for a deck to play. Might be necessary. Still waiting. Man, this Ace Mirror is taking a lot. I guess it is Ace Mirror. If it is the Ace Mirror that we're going up against next. Or the winner of the Ace Mirror is what we're going up next, if that is the case. It would make sense, actually. Alright, I was looking at green. And then there's this guy. Cause like this card is really strong. Cause the effect is not once per turn, which is extremely relevant. So it's a, in theory, it's a 5/8 always, and cannot be removed as long as you have cards active. But at the same time, yeah, it uses up a lot of cards. So you need to have a lot of searchers probably to make this work. Or Dawn Up, but I really don't like the idea of having Dawn Up. You also have the stage, which stage is really nice because you can rest the stage too. You can rest stage with this or this, so. But they don't have a searcher, which is the one concern. Oh no, they have the Perona, of course, but they don't have the second one like Zora does, and they don't have a. I don't think there's a natural one that you could play. Oh no, you can just play Easy Blue. Wait, actually, can you just play East Blue? Because the stage is East Blue? Oh, you can just play East Blue. Just kidding. Yeah, you just play East Blue. Yeah, you definitely just play East Blue. Even though it's not a 1 cost, maybe not. Yeah, it's not a 1 cost. Hey, what's the other? What's type of the stage? 7 Warlords? There's not a 7 Warlords feature. This card came and searched through your stage. Crazy. This card is just gonna be forever. It's like already the worst searcher. This guy is just gonna be forever bad. I guess technically this card isn't that bad. You give yourself 2 more Dawn that you can use, maybe. There actually really isn't that many things that use Dawn on your opponent's turn though, besides the Tashigi. Yeah, I guess it'd probably have to be the Nami East Blue. Maybe like something like this that does a different purpose, but you rest a 4 cost turn you play it. You could also use something like this, actually. This card could actually be pretty good, and it depends on how many 3 costs you're playing, because basically you could just play this, tap it, and play your 3 costs anyways. And it's the same price. And then also if you have the cards that allow you to play your another card, you can just like one of my favorite combos is especially in Zanji, but that was like a long time ago. Like before that Zanji got good cards. Wait, where is it? You can go where is the card? Oh, this one. You can infinitely go into Nikarab and into Law. And Zero Sanji. You just keep bouncing back the other one. And so you just have to pay 1 for the Law to play the Nikarabin, and Nikarabin plays Law again, and you bounce the Nikarabin. So you basically just get effect for free. Assuming you swing with the card. But that doesn't really work that much anymore. There's too many better cards in Sanji. Do you think Green Zero is dead in OP14? We're playing Lim today, by the way. We're just waiting for a tournament SoCal. We're playing Lim. We played Lim in our first we play in the ChinoizeCup ranked or no, ChinoizeCup monthly top cut with Lim, and then we're waiting on our round 2 pairing for in the daily Yonko TC matchmaking tournament. We're playing Lim in that too. Do you think Green Zero is dead in OP13? Oh, yo, you got a buy? Yes, I did get a buy. Just got back. Welcome back, Corona. I mean, yeah, I do think that Green Zero is dead. I think it would be. It's actually kind of crazy, because if it follows their what they do, is a lot of times they like to counter the previous best deck, and if you look at it, this deck is probably the weakest of the 3, but I still believe in it. I don't have like complete lost faith in this deck. And the other leaders, I do not have much faith in them, because I think the Dofi and Jinbei Power Creeper is just too strong, and I think it's just too strong for some of the other Power Creep. This card has a really strong leader effect, and there is good green cards, so I don't completely don't believe in this card. But the point of that is that this card naturally counters Zero because of the leader effect. And then being able to resend Dom means you can have more counter easily. And then Dofi naturally hard counters Zero. Jinbei naturally counters Zero. So yeah. And then for Zero to be like sticking around, I think what would have to happen is that your Emu win rate would have to be really high, and then because I think Emu is one of the decks that has a chance to stick around. Yeah, I'm not sure about the decks I'm supposed to get with better with EBO3, because we don't even get that, so I'm not even really thinking about that yet. I'm not even considering that because that's like a whole month after we get OP14. So yeah. So yeah, I do think most likely Zero probably will not be having a fun time in Did you test OP14? What decks are going to be the best? Maybe top 3? I haven't tested that much OP14. Because like this, everything I'm saying about Dofi, I think is mostly theory, hypothetical. This deck could also just be like, once you counter it, because the problem with this deck is that if you counter this, like if you play around the strengths of this deck, I'm sure this deck gets weaker, because that's just how a deck like this is. Because like if this deck is super strong, if you play into everything they want you to do, this deck is super strong. So if you're just playing naturally, like you're just playing like, you know, just carefree, this deck is probably the best deck ever, right? If you're playing carefree, it's like similar like Anel and Bonnie. If you're playing carefree, the deck is just better. If you're playing in a more trying to or prepared against your opponent format, which usually competitive formats are, then decks like these get weaker. But the thing is, obviously, like in the case of Bonnie, once it gets strong enough, it got better. And Nell kind of actually only like in the beginning was really when only like actually was really prevalent. Ever since then, when people played around in Nell, it was only like so much of the pie chart, right? I think the thing with Dofi is like, would it be like similar to Nell, where like, is it only so much, or can it be actually the best deck? I don't know. Because we've been talking about this deck, but the original thing we were talking about with OP14 is I think this deck is tier 0. This is what my opinion is. Is that this deck is tier 0. I don't think it's close. And that's just my opinion. So could be wrong. Our opponent's here. So yeah, I think the top 3. Okay, let's see. Let me get this Okay, this is the deck. Okay. I think the top 3 is probably. I don't know. I think guessing top 3 is a little bit hard. I think actually it is just a guess though. So I think Jinbei is like won by a lot, and then maybe Dofi, and then after that I think it's tough. Maybe like Emu, maybe Green Mihawk, maybe Red Green Luffy. Probably not. Actually, probably not. Maybe Lim. Probably not that one too, as like a general one. As general representation, I don't know. I think it's actually pretty hard to go after top 3. How is Ace gonna do, for example, against Boa and Dofi? They'll probably do fine to Boa. Well, maybe. Actually, Boa actually probably be pretty good into the Ace, actually. It's probably a good matchup for Boa. But I don't think Ace is... I mean, as you notice, I didn't name Ace as one of the decks. I barely named the Emu. Because the problem with Ace, I think it just gets Giga countered. Actually, I think it just gets Giga countered by Jinbei. I think Jinbei doesn't really... I mean, it doesn't get countered by Zoro. I don't see a reason why it would be not good versus Emu. So, yeah. Apparently, the the one that was right next to us was a Ace Mirror, so apparently it wasn't that matchup. It was something else. Emu versus something else, apparently. Just go second. Smart of them. This hand's not very great. Ooh. Oh, we get the tech though. We won one. Actually, one cost is too late now, so we just have to play with Dofi. It's actually also not a great hand. Oh. We'll see though. If we get a 3 cost, it'll be pretty good. Thank you for your follow, Sinas and Mike. Oh wait. Wait. Is that? Oh, this is not good. Actually, we can defend it. The problem is that we would want to play this Robin, or not want to play Robin. We would want to play the Robin with like a limb, and then we'd like protect our board. But the problem is, we don't have a 3 cost anyways. Also, they could swing 9 to our Dofi, which kind of sucks potentially. I think we actually might have to defend it though. We could also just wait to play this and just play like Dofi plus a null, but the problem with that is that potentially the main thing here is that we like really hope they swing into that they don't swing 9 to our Dofi for some reason. It's kind of unlikely, but it's possible. It's possible. Is it plausible? No. Is it possible? Maybe. I'm also... Oh. You're on both sides? Wow. Double down. Thanks for the follow on Twitch. And if you're also on YouTube, thanks for that too. I always call you, well, actually, I may also call you Suna both, or, no, I feel like, Immortal, Suna's? Yeah, maybe Suna's is better. How come you think Jinbei is gonna be so good? So, have you seen a lot of the, like, it's just a general question, have you seen a lot of the Jinbei support? Suna's? Okay, so we get to keep one card. That's nice. Three-cost limb, please. Please three-cost limb. I'm begging you. Or actually, even a chopper. Or wait, are we playing chopper and Sanji in this build? No, we're playing chopper. We're playing chopper, not Sanji, I think. Maybe. That's not good. Probably just play NL, because at this point, if we just play the Robin, it dies anyways. It would be better just to use the Robin next turn. Limb? I guess actually that's fine. Actually, ironically. Well, what's not fine is we actually didn't see another Odyssey after this search. Or not search, after this turn. Ironically. Thank you for the subscribe on YouTube, MertXO. Did some testing. Sinners is fine? Okay. We have played a couple times on Sim. I remember you were testing Prona against my Bonnie, I think. If I was playing Prona, I probably was like, I was probably like trolling. Or not trolling, but like, see what happens is sometimes when we're not playing in tournaments, we like build really spicy decks just for fun. And it's not really trolling, but Prona definitely was not a deck we were considering seriously. If I somehow won, I'm sorry. with Prona. Well, it's not that Prona's bad, it's just that she just didn't get the support that she needed ever since OP06. Did some testing with Mihawk. So much fun as a Bonnie main. That makes sense. I think Mihawk is a great general green deck. I think it's like really, like I would really like that deck if or I think I would, yeah, if I was a green main, I think I would like that deck a lot. Is he thinking about killing the Nell instead of Dofi? Or is he thinking about what card to toss actually? That makes more sense. I'm not gonna lie though, we're probably, unless we find the 3-cost, because this hand is just unfortunate that we re-annulled and we still couldn't find the 3-cost, or another Null or another Dofi or any of those. We're stuck with this. Even after mulligan the really, really bad first hand. So yeah, we might be cooked. Ironically, if we go second, actually no, going second doesn't help. I was gonna say if we go second, then maybe, but going second with this hand is still not that amazing because we didn't get 1-cost anyways after our next draw. Let's see, maybe we're saved. I really don't have to go Lim or Robin plus Ace. It's so bad, but we might have to, I guess. I guess actually it's not even worth to do that because they probably just both die. Oh, the swing face, nice. Can Mihawk that's playable? Man, I took that life so fast, they're probably like... Okay, Mihawk plus Robin is still not ideal, but it's actually not the worst. I guess the only thing is like... Do we have to keep Dawn up for this? I think we do. Unironically, because we don't have enough counter otherwise. Yeah, I think we do. We also don't even have a Shanks yet. Oh boy. Does he want to save it? Guess he could. Because this really should be at least a 7 swing. Maybe it's fine. I guess we really don't want to use this turn anyways. Maybe it should be a 7. Yeah, it really should be a 7 swing. Our lone 2K. Good news, maybe he won't swing this. Let's see. You did not win. I remember that. That's good. That's good. I feel like that Perona build was very troll for that. So that was like PRB. Was that PRB? I literally only played it that day. That's the reason why you said that, and like, I kid you not, I only played it that day, so I know exactly when that is. Double blocker. That's actually great. Can we toss this card? Maybe we should have left Dawn up for this then. I wonder. Oh, wait, what? What's happening? Why are they swinging face? Oh man, we don't have a Shanks though. No Shanks is kind of rough. We probably DMG them anyways because we have 2. Actually, no, we definitely DMG them anyways because we have 2. Let's see. 5. We want to leave 1 Dawn for this card. It's actually pretty important. Okay. So 5, 5, 6, 7. Sure. One of these cards is the Elders, anyways. Almost certainly. I guess we could have went for game technically, but it's like too risky with this much life. You know, it's crazy though. They're not gonna get these draws. Or maybe it should have been 6, 6, 6. But I guess he probably has a 2K. Yeah. There's no way his last card isn't 5 Elders, so this basically tells us his hand. That's interesting. Okay, we'll just leave the dot last on. He's not. He can't counter it. Doesn't matter. Because we know his last card is definitely Elder. Certainly Elder. Now the problem is how are we gonna keep our hand? Answer is simple. We're gonna use the Snore Beam Sword to rest his blocker. Actually, yeah, we do need to keep 2 characters at least, which might be a little tough, to be honest. Yeah, we need at least 2 characters on board to go for game, unless we top deck Mihawk, which unlikely. What the? Okay, I'm a little scared now. Why he swung that much. And why he's not swinging out Renika Robin. I think that means that he is, or no, he can't even play another blocker now, so we actually don't need to use this. No, normally use a Nora Beam Sword on when they do the big play, but we have DMG anyways. So we kind of don't need to do that. We can just rest this, I guess. And that way he only has 1 more swing anyways. And he uses just his ability. 3 cards in hand. Ooh, this is gonna be 6k leader. That's a little annoying. Kills 1. Ooh, yeah, he swings A again. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think we probably lose. It's unfortunate. Because we really need the sinks. Because let's see, he swings. Surely he swings. Actually, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. We have to top deck. We have to top deck Mihawk. Yeah, he kills this. And he swings into the Mihawk. It's actually like a really, really low roll. Maybe that's our fault for playing this card. Because if we don't have this card, we actually survive, or we have a chance because we stop 2 swings. Because we would block, hit that and that, but yeah, we'll see. Top deck nothing. Nice. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. I guess technically, let's see, can't survive. Yeah, it's rough. I guess, yeah, technically the only way would be to... I mean, actually, technically the only way would be to kill this card, maybe. It'd be really bad play, but at the same time, it probably is our only play. It's so bad, though. Yeah, it's... Oh, he actually even has it? Yeah, we just lose. There's one Shanks. Yeah, our Shanks was buried. Unfortunate. GG. Wait, why won't it let me send? Oh, okay, it's just delayed. Oops. It's awkward. Let's see, is there anything that... I guess the main thing, actually, was that we got punished for not playing more of this. That's actually the main thing. Yeah, that's really just it. We technically didn't get punished for playing like the 4th Hell Judgment. We started playing 3rd Hell Judgment, and we probably play one of those anyways because of Ace. We're actually still playing Gorn. We have 9-1 drops. We just didn't see it. It's unfortunate. To be fair, also, it wasn't that relevant that they didn't have that we didn't have 1 drop because they actually didn't even play into it. They because if they that match would have been even worse. Like, we should have lost because our hand was so bad. If they just swing all into this first one because rested, it's just so bad. So if we lose it, we probably lose. If we get 2 carries, both our 2Ks, we probably can't guard anything for the rest of the game. So we were a little fortunate they didn't like bully us anyways for not opening a 1 cost. So maybe what we learned... Ooh, actually, yeah, what we learned is that even if you do have this card, if you go first, it's still, if you don't have the 3 costs, it's actually not even better. make a change just because of one game though. Actually, we did. This is like literally just try this one game though. Okay, yeah, we probably should take that card out. It actually, that card legitimately had one job, and that was to make it better versus Emu. If we happen to see it increase our chances versus Emu more, we saw it. It would actually been better if it was something else. Because I guess that card only works on the second curve, and it's actually kind of like the prime reason why you shouldn't play cards like that. It only works on a second curve, like only like really is good on the second curve. It's alright on the first curve, but it's only really good on the second curve. And if you're on the second curve against Emu and you see like your normal cards, you should be favored anyways, especially if this card is a replacement. So yeah, I probably shouldn't be playing that card. Because afterwards I checked your YouTube, and after seeing you on Chinoize, I never forgot your name. Nice. Thanks for following on or checking my YouTube and checking out ChinoizeCup. Always fun to play there. Okay. We did just like talk for 3 hours just to lose to a low roll. It happens though. I think Lim was trying to tell me not to play that Nico Raven card ever again. Low-key, maybe I should be playing the 10th, because like we also really should got punished for not playing a one cost two turns or 2 hands in a row. It's like first hand, and then after mulligan we also open one cost. So maybe this should also be higher. Oops. Chopper over Shanks for, or Chopper over Sanji for less bricks. Yeah, Chopper over Sanji for less bricks. Mostly because the Sanji usually ends up dying anyways, and the Chopper is just at the same power level as the other Odyssey. So if it's, they wouldn't target it, but if the, for most part, if you have 2 Odysseys on board, if one of them dies, you don't care too much. So Chopper just fits in, whereas Sanji just dies, which isn't bad. That's dying over Odyssey. It's just that if it's gonna die anyways, you'd rather not play a brick. And so, since a lot of times that Chopper would accomplish the same thing, in theory, we better just play a Chopper. This could be like one Sanji though. I kind of like having barely any bricks though. It feels better in general. So. Yeah, maybe we'll try this next time. Maybe also I can't play 3-Held Judgment. Because I could take the easy way out and just take this card out, but the problem is I know that I'm going to play this card whenever there's a top cut term, I'm going to play this card at 1. Because once the deck becomes open, and they know, if you don't play one of this, it makes a big difference versus Ace. Or if they don't know, that doesn't matter, that you're not playing the card. Or I could just be like, I could just not play the card and just be like, okay, if you make it to top cut, then we've already accomplished what we wanted to do. That's like a making top cut mentality versus winning mentality. Winning the whole tournament mentality. It's interesting, actually. Probably should do it though, just not play that card. Okay, I think I like this. I'll try this for a bit. Let's see. Okay, you know what? Let's actually play a few games of Jinbei, just to see how crazy I am. If I'm like off the wall, bad take, or not. How many 2Ks is this? Oh yeah. Okay. Probably actually shouldn't need that many. Guess maybe because of Emu, maybe. Or actually, probably should be this at first too. Or it's probably be 2 of this and 2 of this at first. I put less of that too. And then 2, 5, 7, wait, 2, 5, 7, 2, 5, 9, 13, 15. I'm missing a card, right? It's not that low, is it? It's way too low. Two, 5, 9, 13, 17, oh, 20. Okay. I did count around the first time. Great. Oh, with this it's... Okay. Actually... because this is like a backup card anyways. So like Law for most part is the card you want to play. I feel like. Maybe this is too many Kaido. Okay. Yeah, let's try this. Oops. I have to actually... Actually, is anyone even playing East, actually? I guess people probably are playing East, right? Apparently people are very bored. I actually don't hate this format. I know a lot of people are not very happy with OP13, but I actually kind of like OP13. Lim is pretty fun. Regular Luffy is pretty fun. Even at the or at tournament level. Like, those are pretty fun. Ace is still pretty fun. I actually play Ace in moderation because I do think the gameplay does get boring faster, but I still like drawing cards, so. Oh, there's like no one playing East. Just kidding. I wonder actually... that is actually interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, no one really is playing East. There's kind of the reason actually to play East then. Okay, you know what we'll do? Next level, we play versus ourselves. Let's see. One game though. We're gonna end stream soon, but we talked too long about OP14 just to lose one game and then end stream. So do I play Emu versus myself? I feel like actually I feel like Dofi's probably the least, like, knowing canned information would be the least harmful. 2K, 2K, 2K. You play these anyways. Okay, actually no. I'll just wait until until people are playing East. We'll just play a couple games with or Green Luffy, I guess. Cards not allowed OP13. That's because I press East. Oh, ooh. If we had searches, this would be a great hand if we had searches, but we don't have searchers, so we kinda can't keep this hand because we don't have anything for law to bounce. But this hand is just amazing. I feel like could probably go Archipelago first because it has the least targets. Because there's a world where like this hits Sanji and then this hits Tashigi. Okay, we already have Tashigi. I want to say if that hits Tashigi and then that hits Sanji. Because now this we only have one more of this in the deck, so we might want to keep that. We also can take a searcher. We probably take this though, actually. Well, yeah, actually we do take this. And then we go to Shiki, Tashdon, Nami, try find Sanji. Take this hit, of course. Nine cost 0. We might play that card. Just gonna play this first. Ooh, that's awkward. It's actually really awkward. Oh wait, we whiff? That's actually really, really awkward. We have, dang, that's messed up. We have 25 targets. Which I guess, okay, actually we kind of need to find a Sanji now. Okay, we found the Sanji. I guess we just swing 8. It's unfortunate. So we have 25 Straw Hat targets. It's really not that high of a chance. Like, not including Nami. I know we play a lot of Namis, but without the Namis, it's 25 targets. But I mean, you still would whiff every once in a while, so it's not too crazy. Like this. Ooh, I'll press wrong one. Yeah, Tashigi would be really nice because then they would have to Atmos our Tashigi, but we like really need to find our Sanji. Maybe we had to risk it. Might be too slow now. Now we can't drop Zoro because we don't have Tashigi. We don't even have the chance of having Tashigi. So, but the good news is that we do have Garp. So there's a decent chance that we find there's a world that he also bounces our 5-drop with a 6-drop ace, imagine. Yeah, you have a higher chance of finding Law, which is good. That's another one. I think we just, oh no, we have to give one card. If he attaches Dawn, I'm assuming he would, right? Yeah. Law? Nice. Let's see. This guy has 11 cards in hand because he double Yamato'd and he took the first life. That's crazy. 11 cards is just crazy. I bet you half his hand's bricks. Almost certainly half his hand's bricks, actually. can go like 8 twice. Yeah, that's too aggressive. No, I think that's fine actually. We're just gonna go face because we have blockers. And 8 twice. And so we want to do here because we have this many, like this much space. Yeah, so we did just counter. He gave us all the cards he got, basically, actually, from the Yamatos. So you want to counter 1, block 1, unless he swings into our Sanjis, which he actually can't swing into them with Sanji. So of course we take this. And does he not swing these? Like, that would be a smart thing to do. Let's not swing these. Yeah. Let's see. Let me just drop Luffy. I also drop Zoro. No, we're kind of dead if we drop Zoro. We're dead if we drop Zoro. Attach 1 Don, and then we have 4 Don to use, so I guess we would swing with one of our Sanjis. Or actually, no, that would be 11 swings, so we would swing with leader. It's a very aggressive play though, because he loses 2 cards from hand. So he basically lost 3 cards from hand by doing this play. Because, yeah. Oh, I guess I actually could have dropped the Zoro because, we have 2 blockers, but this is probably just better. Does it take life again? No? Interesting. Yeah, he's not gonna take life. I would imagine that you would take life if you did the play like that. Because now we just get to wide swing him. We obviously blocked the Newgate swing, so we can counter these other ones. You can even just block 2k on if they go 7-7. If they go 8, we just go 2. So yeah, we just block one of these Newgate swings. Oh, he doesn't even swing it. Okay. Interesting. I guess. Do we have enough counter for Roger yet? We do not. Well, 2, 2, 2. 3, 2, 2, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we do have enough actually. Okay, so we're not even scared of Roger. That's nice. So let's see. I guess we attach to our characters first. Probably should have been Sanji first, but they're not gonna play Grab Blade. Probably not gonna play Grab Blade. Or probably not playing Grab Blade. He just blocks. Sure. No, I could, and actually I could have attached more Don to this and played over it to get the Don back for Sanji, but it's kind of late for that now. And then get search too, but we could also get punished by Is he not even going for Roger? I mean, there's no way he wins if he doesn't Roger. There's actually just like no way because we have 2 blockers plus basically 8 2K counter, and then we only have our brick is 0 right now. So I don't even think we swing if he takes this. Actually, let's see. What is the reason why he would? Because if he takes an 8 swing, 2, I mean it's just 8s, right? So there's, or no, if he takes it, then we can go 9, 10. Yeah, but then he gets 2 cards. There's probably no way we'd actually go for that though. Yeah. Now let's hope I'm not crazy and I didn't miscalculate this Roger. Because I think it's correct. Hopefully. Unless he doesn't have it. He probably has it though. If this life is Charleston, also doesn't matter. Well, maybe. Actually, no, it does. Even if this life is Charleston, it actually does matter. Oh wait, we can just block. What am I doing? Why didn't I just block one of these? That's just a throw? That's a throw, right? Actually, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, now you're Rogers. Because we already calculated, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm crazy. So you do 2. Because we could just block one of those. If we're off, we're like literally just 1 or 2 off. Because let's see. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, we have exactly enough. Like we calculated already, so we're fine. I'm not crazy. At least not yet. Or what is he? Is he like thinking that there's no way to survive if he like leave his blockers up, so he has to swing his new gate. He's like already committed. I think he would have to I mean, there's a world where I feel like he had a lot more blockers in hand. Wait, don't we just still defend this? Like if I have enough counter to defend this, doesn't that mean that you could just, if I don't have enough counter to defend this, doesn't it mean you could just win? Because that means I wouldn't have enough counter for me to defend life. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, literally if I couldn't defend this, that means I don't have enough counter to defend life. So he would win because there's actually less counter to defend this. But like we also just win anyways because this Uta can't even, or because we have wide enough swings, like we couldn't lose anyways. And he's tapped out. He's like, he doesn't have enough cards in hand. It's not possible. It's not mathematically possible. I'm not sure if I had to. You had to go for game. He has to go for game. The reason why, he has 8 cards in hand. Even if we didn't have this extra swing, we have more than enough to because it's more enough. So with this, we can literally still swing 8 2 more times, because this would have been the block, and then 8 2 more times, right? And so it would be he would need 4 more cards in hand to kind of have that. But if he moves this, it's only 1 less card that he saves. So yeah, it's definitely just a go for game angle there. Once you don't like drop more blockers. Because I don't know, if he drops like a Marco, then it didn't look like he had Marco. Then depending on what you drop Marco, you could have enough. It's always possible. Another ace. He gets die roll again. This is a good hand. This is a really good hand, actually. This is like an insane hand. This is a really insane hand. If we lose this game, there's a problem. To be fair, if he has like Atmos into Jozu, it's really not that strong because they just bounce both of them, but still is if we lose this game, we should be winning this game. So this is like a high roll versus every deck for Rick and Luffy. Swings 9 into face. Go like this. Do this. We don't need to leave 2 down up, so we'll search. Yeah, because we're gonna assume that they have to really play a 4 cost to have a chance. So we only need the 1 down that Sanji's gonna give us. Oh wait, they didn't have the Atmos. Okay, we're just favored now. Yeah, I guess I actually research with this. Just grab a 2K. I guess we could grab this actually. No. We want Sanji's. Right, we want Sanji's. We're gonna search for another Sanji with Nami. We won't settle for a chopper at this point in the game. Doesn't really do enough. Oh, I guess I could have left 2 down up. I don't know why I did that actually. I should have left 2 down because he swings 7. Not yeah, he swings 7, not 6. It's a little bit of misplay, especially since we didn't really get anything out of the search. Let's see, you can swing 8 and 6, so we definitely just swing 6 and 8 because swing 7 wouldn't do anything. And next turn we look for another Sanji. I guess at this point, well actually at this point we can bounce back our Tashigi with our law, because we're not expecting him to well, unless there's actually 2 things. If we find a Zoro, I guess we have to top deck the Zoro, but if we get a Zoro, then swing this first. Sure. Let me take the second one. Wow, we're just seeing all of our laws. Surely find a Sanji with this many. Okay. And we really don't even need Tashigi anymore. The only way we need Tashigi is if we wanted to drop Zoro, but we don't have Zoro. We could have dropped Zoro though, actually, because we have enough blockers and Sanjis. Swing 6 here, and then the other 2 can go 8 face. Wait, why? Do I even need to play passively? Not really. I guess I can swing the law into it actually at this point. Okay, and then we can go 8 face twice. We also have Charleston, so this is like, I mean, we play full Charleston, but anytime you see a Charleston, that significantly increases your chances of always surviving at all points in the game. Goes for again. We just counter this swing and then we block this swing. He actually swung into the law. Like, actually. But I guess it doesn't matter because we were just... Oh, because he didn't want to swing it anyway, so... Well, actually, no, he really should have swung a law if he didn't want to swing. It'd be nice if we had, like, an event to get some free Dawn back, but... Let's see, we have... Oh, we can also... you can play over Asanji to replay it. That'd be pretty funny, actually. There's no reason to do that, of course. At some point, we're going to want to use, I guess, really just the Nami, because the Garp can't really find us finishing cards. Nami can search us all of our finishing cards, so. Let's see. He can swing his law again. We don't really care if he swings into this law. And then we can go 8, 8, 8. Or no, it'd be 6, 8, 8, 8. It'd be 7, 8, 8, 8. No, it can be 8. 8s. Yeah, it can just be all 8s, actually. And just leave 4 down up. Because we have Charleston, we're safe. Thank you for the follow. Night Rose is life. Very interesting choice. Wait, what do you mean? Which choice? To play Regular Luffy? Oh. Actually, 3 down left is probably still fine. Well, actually, we'll swing 8. If you use Lear ability, we'll swing 7. Oh, wait, no. 1 minute. We do have 4 down up. I don't know why I just thought I just miscalculated. What? Okay, there's no way he's killing us, so good luck. Good luck. Good luck, buddy. Your Roger's not going to save you. Your Roger's not going to save you, buddy. I'm sorry. This is the wrong deck for that. Okay, he swings with the Roger first. I respect it. Maybe I should just took it. I actually probably should have just took it. Let's see. Actually, yeah, why did I just take it? Because these are lower swings anyways. There's no reason not to take that. Oh, actually, the reason why... No. There's no reason to take that. But, let's see. Actually, did we just throw by doing that? We might have just thrown. 3. Oh, actually, because he does have double blocker, we might have just thrown, to be honest. Oops. It's fine, though. What we're going to do is we're going to try to find one of our cards. There it is. Okay, now we should be good. I should have took this life. That was kind of stupid. That was really stupid, actually. Does he have enough counters somehow? Is that possible? I guess... No, it's not possible. It's actually not possible. We don't even need this last Dawn. Oh, DMG was last life too. Yeah, we really should have took the last life. That was stupid. There's no reason not to just take last life. So I was like, oh, we counter it first, but I forgot they didn't have any Dawn left, so there's actually no reason to counter it. See, if we didn't do that, we'd have to swing probably 8s with everything, because 1, 3, 7. Yeah, we can swing 8 with everything. And he can block 2, that's 6, 8 swings. So he would need enough counter to get. He would need at least 8 cards of counter, and then yeah, it actually probably was still fine. Because we also could have got an unblockable card was the reason why we searched it. Because then if we get an unblockable card, then we can swing 6, 6, 7, and then do the last one unblockable. Or if he doesn't do unblockable, then we can do other stuff at that point too even. Very interesting choice. We still thank you for first time chat as well. Night Rose's life. How is this deck into Emu? This deck is fine into Emu. Regan Luffy is decent versus everything except for Bonnie. You just have to play it well. Because the problem with Regan Luffy is if you try to force Zoro every time, you're just going to lose sometimes if your hand does not comply. Because I actually don't even go Zoro that often. Maybe like 50, like in the matchups where Zoro's like really good. Like in this matchup, Zoro's like really good. So we'll probably try to go Zoro. We don't have any searchers. Even though he took the first curve, and so we're going to have to play Zoro late, but might be fine. This card is actually really good in this matchup. Because, yeah, card's actually really good in this matchup. Actually, search with this again. Really want to find a law. I guess we just take this. We don't need Tashigi in this matchup. We might just have to play this Luffy, which is fine. Oh, we have this one now too. We have the law. Actually, probably will play law too. We can actually use both of these ironically, because we only need to search. Let's see. Actually, no. We're gonna play this, this, this. We're only gonna have space for one of these at the end of the day, because eventually we're going to want to drop the Zoro. So I guess we do only play one, but it's probably this because it's actually relevant that we swing. 7 into this leader, and then can wait to search this turn. I guess does he search? If he drops the 6 drop, then he does only swing 6, so he probably just leave a Dawn up. Or no, 5 drop. If he drops a 5 drop, I guess if he drops this, then he swings 7. But we do have the Nami, so that's fine. And then we have another Nami. Do this to this. Swing 7. Search for. Still no, that card's actually really good. See, next turn is actually not Zoro turn, so we can wait. We can search next turn too, so we're fine. Rayleigh. Oh, kills that card. That's a little bit annoying, but it's fine. It's his job. Kind of. Go hard defend because we would want him to swing into our Sanji. He didn't do it. He didn't take the bait, but I will say though that this swing into the actually, yeah, swing into the I guess we are on the second curve though, so if we do have a second Sanji, it's kind of good. Or a second law into Sanji, so I guess we do search for it. Okay, find the Zoro in the search. That's unfortunate, because we did want another law. Because we might have to drop this Sanji instead of Luffy anyways. Mostly because we want to have 2 Dawn up the turn we play Zoro so we don't die. So yeah, we can swing 6 into this Douglas bullet. You can swing A into Douglas bullet. Oh, he lets it go. Let's see. We swing 7 or 9. I think we swing 9 and 2 leader. Because we get 2 out 3 Dawn up. That's probably fine. Actually maybe not though, because the main thing we care about is making sure our we want to keep our Troublestone, and then we want to make sure we survive actually for next turn, and then that we oh, we can also swing into this of course too. Actually, might as well do this. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is kind of scary. Because if we drop Shanks, that's really annoying. Roger. Interesting. I want to counter out of this. I don't think I do. I think it's block. Or actually, maybe we have to counter out of this. Yeah, I guess we have to counter out of this. Roger is interesting though. Dropping Roger here. So I was scared of Shanks, is the reason why I took. Go 7. Seven. 0 attached on. Only reason why we can survive here is because of Charleston. That's the only reason why we have a chance of surviving. So we just do this first. Okay, he's looking for something now. What's he looking for? More counter? Probably more counter, actually. So key is now we just need to get him to 2 life, and then we can go for a game with Zero, because he's at 3 life right now. Then he swings board probably. There's actually a world where we kill the Roger, and we're actually with Zero and we're still fine. What the? This makes sense though, because this forces the law swing, and they can swing into the board. Or law block, I mean, and they can swing into to kill one of these. But the only thing though is we actually really can kill board with this, and then we're still safe. Like legitimately. Because the only cards we need to worry about are Roger. Oh, he still swings face. Okay, never mind. He's not even scared. So now we can't swing board. I guess technically we still could, but it would be a lot more risky. Because we would have to boost this and then still have... Okay, I guess we can poke first anyways. Actually, I guess we really could though. Because we have enough counter. Yeah, let's give him a few 7 swings, and then if he counters both these, we'll swing board. He gave us a 2K as well. Did I miss a turn? Yeah. Yeah. We did lose though. But we did. We also played Lemon Attorney. Not Red Green Luffy. Yeah, this is just ranked right now, and we're probably ending stream soon-ish. Soonish. You also missed us rant about OP13. We were talking about OP14 for like a couple hours. It's actually probably the most just chatting I've done in the stream. Ooh, actually, I did not expect that card. Actually, okay, let's see. There's also the thing of if he like splits, or no, if he splits with the one cost, doesn't actually help him that much. Because let's see, we just go 2-2. Yeah, we'd be fine through that. So now we just need to kill these two. We have to attach a Dawn. 3. Ooh. Oh wait, no, we get 2 Dawn back. Okay. And then let's see. So can just swing into this at 3 times. Yeah, that's actually perfect anyways. There's a world where he just has enough counter though to save the Rayleigh, but if he saves the Rayleigh, we actually do lose. Oh, we kill both now. Nice. Because Rad Beam, he's at 3 life still. Oh. Does he not even have enough for the other one? Was that his last counter? I wonder. Yeah, Zoro carries in this matchup. Now he's probably at counter, it looked like. Wait, didn't he already Rad Beam though? Oh no, he Rad Beam on 7 swing. He should have noticed. Okay, and then we can restand our Zoro. It's actually a lot more expensive though now. I guess we still only get 2 swings, which is actually a little scary. Let's see. If he has no Roger, we do lose automatically. We do have 2 swings with Zoro, but that costs 3. We know he's on 1 cost cards. 4. That's why maybe I should establish Luffy. I thought I didn't need to, but maybe I should have on... Which turn could I have done that actually? Or I could have done it on the last turn, because I didn't have to restand it again. I guess that wouldn't help that much. Let's see. Okay, I think swing this 9 for sure first. And then we go 9 again. And then if we don't find anything, then we need to like find something else, I guess, to try to save us. Or no, we need to find a blocker to try to save us. Specifically a blocker. The Zoro blocker. Guys, I guess what that plays into, or yeah, we're playing around him having exactly his last card being Roger. Oh, that's interesting. And then restand this for 2, give it 3 Dawn, be 12 twice. If this doesn't hit, I guess we just lose. Or no, we don't just lose. We just have to find. Well, the good news is I'm assuming that if he counters this, it's the 0 counter. And that would mean that we just need to find a blocker and we're fine. Which we have this still in the deck. Luckily. Okay, yeah. But we do have to find it. Or... yeah, we have to find it. Oh. Oh, we just lose now. Actually, do we just lose? I think we do just lose. Because I don't think I'm playing anything else that could help us. Yep, here it is, but it's late. Do we have enough counter? Maybe? Maybe. I don't think we do actually. Maybe we do actually. I don't think so. No, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way. We need 1 Dawn sooner. It's actually just enough. Because yeah. Because ironically, him killing this hurt a lot. I guess what we could have done differently is we could have had left this in hand, which is what we probably need to do. So yeah, we would need like the rest of our hand to be 2Ks. Yeah, because we just need the second Nami, because it actually came up a few times not having the extra Dawn. The 0 turn it came up. This turn having that 1 extra Dawn to give to leader came up, so yeah, we probably should have just not dropped our other Dawn giving Nami so fast. Unfortunate. Oh, rematch? Okay. That's when the sim just starts giving rematches. Ooh, maybe I should take Zora. I probably should take Zora. I saw the Sanji, I was like, ooh, Sanji. Probably should take Zora, actually. In this matchup. Zora's like too important in this matchup. We probably can, we're gonna have to search a lot now, but maybe have to search a lot now, but we probably can get back to it, to be honest. Probably. But yeah, now if we see a Zora, we like have to take it. He's just gonna swing 9. That's pretty annoying, actually. Let's see. He's gonna be at 9 down, so he can Raelius. That's kind of annoying. Maybe I should be going down to 1 life so I can protect it. I think that's too aggressive though. Alright, Sanji, that's decent for next turn, I guess. Even though he's already gonna be at he's already gonna be at 10 Dawn, so he's gonna be 7k leader already. Yeah, because I knew he was gonna do this. So he's only left 1 Dawn up. Let's see. We launch Sanji again. you find a Zero. We're kind of set up the same way as last. The main difference now is that we have 2 Charleston, which makes a big difference actually. Let's see. It's actually, or no, the reason why we counter this, or not counter this, is because we definitely just take this one. The other difference, we have 2 law this time, so we're less scared because we just block. Yeah, Shanks is pretty annoying. Let me toss our Luffy. Oh, I think he's playing around Charleston this time by swinging the 7 first instead of 9. Let me just take the swing. I think we're actually fine. Oh, another one. That's actually really strong though. Yeah, it's really, really annoying, actually. We do have a ton of counter, at least. Let's see. We're definitely just gonna have to survive a turn, so 3 to 0. It's actually just too much though. It really should be this card. Let's see. So yeah, we survive. Making 13. Seeing really leader. 7. 2k, 1k. We don't even have a blocker either. I think we'd have to swing at this Rayleigh at least. Yeah, this matchup is kind of rough for Luffy because you like they have no response to Zoro, but Zoro is like can be slow if you go second. Because they just ramp so fast. And you have no answer to their big drops. Let's see. We do this. We could get 2 Dawn up and see if he plays into the Deadman's game tech, where you used to get extra counter. Maybe we have to. Or we'll see. We'll see if he does it. I think that's the only way we win. Yep. He did it. I guess actually now we can just task the rest of the Dawn. So I guess it like doubly. If you still just lose actually. We actually still just lose. Even with that. There's no way. We need a blocker. But I mean he probably has Roger. So Yeah. They really need. We actually can't even use Charleston, so. But yeah, he had Roger anyways. Okay, this will be the last one for you though. Go second. This hand's not the great, or it's not that. Well, it's. You have a searcher. I guess actually it's really not that bad though. Where do you keep it? It's really not that bad. Yeah, it's really not that bad. Play this. Get our free dons. Ooh, now we have the Sanji too. This is a great hand. We'll just bounce this Nami with our Law, even though we don't have a searcher. We can just bounce the Nami, which is fine. Question: does he want to swing 7? I guess he probably would, unless he actually really wanted to search twice or play a blocker. I mean, the only thing this really prevents is him playing a blocker and getting and hitting a life. But we don't have a searcher anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, there's another searcher. We definitely play that so we don't have to bounce our Nami. I guess actually it also prevents him from searching and leaving it down up for counter. And swinging 7. Low key. Also this too. We do have double Sanji. Or double loss. We might not even need to go with the Luffy. Probably wouldn't play. Well, actually, we definitely wouldn't play Luffy instead of another Law. So I guess we do just take this. You know, this card isn't really that amazing without. It's not bad. It's not that amazing without So that, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna play the chopper first because we think that they are going to kill this anyways. So we're gonna play this chopper first, and then we're gonna play the Sanji next, unless we think we can find a chopper, or not chopper, another Sanji, or unless we top deck Sanji. Really, actually, it's really the only way. That's the only argument is we can swing more aggressive if we yeah, we can swing more aggressive with Sanji because then we just naturally leave it on up. So maybe we should play the Sanji because we're gonna search again with Nami anyways. see. We go. Yeah, we go like 6, 7. If we go Sanji and leave a Dawn up. Maybe we'll do that. Because we can also just find our Sanji too, so it's really not the end of the world if the Sanji dies. Because the good news is that we have this Zoro that he can't kill the Zoro and the Sanji in the same turn. We took. Now we swing 7. We force a counter out of hand. Got 1-4 counter. That's really good. 1-4 counter early. Not even a 1-3. Then he kills this. We stop one of these swings to face and let the other one hit. The very funny thing is that we need the space for another law combo anyway, so it's not too big of a deal. Okay, we can just carry press it, so I have to do it. But he could actually bait that, and then just if he doesn't have the blocker, he can minus power on this. But I am assuming he's gonna play the blocker because the problem is like if we take that, they can easily just go blocker and swing 7, and we don't actually want to toss cards from hand early when we're leaving down up for leader effect. So and like obviously we'd rather it be the rusher than the blocker. If we were paying attention, we would know if he had the blocker. Of course, we weren't paying attention earlier, so. Okay, let's see which one it is. Oh, yeah, it's just the blocker, so yeah. And then he swings with whatever with this, and we take it. Ooh, he taps out. Wait, that's crazy. We need to get hyper aggressive now. He tapped out is crazy. Might even swing my law, to be honest. 7, 7, so it'd be 1-6 swing. Okay. Let me go 7, 7. I guess actually there's no reason to swing this first because he probably knows. Like, he doesn't know that we're going to swing the law. He knows we're going to swing this, so he can probably guess that I'm going to go 7 with Zoro too. That makes logical sense. So it probably should have been 7, even though it's less or more Dawn. It probably should have been 7 with Zoro instead of law first. It's naturally attached to this because it's less Dawn committed, but it definitely gives less information to give it to this first. Because then, I mean, it doesn't make a difference. We probably get the block in life anyways in this situation. Okay, and then we search with this, and we find Cisco's Luffy to round out our board of cards. We'll see though. Worst case scenario, we find another Sanji. Yeah, just kidding. Actually, we could really go Zoro too. Yeah, we could drop a Zoro too. We're pretty healthy. We have a blocker or two. We have the Nami to give us a Dawn to leader. But most likely, we really don't need to go Zoro, that's the thing. He's gonna swing into that. That makes sense. Let's see. Do we care? Low key. He's only gonna swing 1k into it. We can just save it because we didn't leave up Dawn for leader effect. We got a free Dawn from Sanji, And also, him swinging 6 is not even that much better because we only have 1 Dawn up. Than swinging 5 at leader. Kills this. And then, how much does he swing into this? So if he swings A into it, we just let go. Yeah, we just let go. Does that again? Yeah, we definitely, if we find a 0, we're like very healthy now. Ooh. Whoa, that's crazy. He's asking for the DMG. If we find a second DMG, we'll also take it. Actually. Neither? That's actually too late because we want... Yeah, we would want... we want 0 if we want to search again for a straw hat. Okay. Let's see. I guess we would just swing with these two. So... 7. Play this. Swing 7. We have DMG, so we're fine. We don't want to show him this, of course. So, but that's also fine because that just puts less pressure on our double attack hit hitting. And finding double DMG would have been pretty strong, to be honest, too. Even finding a Sanji. Because the other thing we can do, we can DMG, put him to 0, and then yeah, DMG, put him to 0, and then we could Sanji if we found a Sanji for a game with any straw hat. Because he's not going to kill this Luffy. Of course, we just kind of this and then we take 1 life. That's fine. And the cool thing is here too is that we survive for another turn. He can't kill this Luffy very easily. But yeah, we probably just Dead Man's Game and leave, or not leave Dawn up. Well, yeah, leave Dawn up. Maybe. If we find the law, I would actually law again too. Double DM? Okay, we definitely DMG this turn, actually. 0 is late. Okay, so the key is here though that we don't have to go for game actually because we have a second DMG. And we should still be relatively safe to lethal. Can actually just swing 9 with this first. Actually, are we that safe? I guess it would just be 9 with us anyways though. Yeah, we probably really wanted to get the 0. Drew never existed? Okay. I guess we only swing like... Yeah, I guess we only swing what's it called? 12k leader. If we DMG them again. Yeah, it's actually we should have dropped the or looked higher for Zero. To be honest, because we would need the other cards like the boost card plus like Sanji in this situation probably to be fine without Zero. Let's see. I feel like this is fine. We don't want to kill our Luffy is the main thing. Oh, that's good. So with the blocker, this is a lot counter. Without a blocker, this isn't that much counter. But he probably has too many cards by this point. But we'll see. We can also top deck the boost event. I guess also we're like, well no, we're never dead. But we're very close to being forced to toss our Sanji, which maybe doesn't matter. Yeah, he would have to swing 11 twice, and he can't do that. So, but if he does swing 9, I guess, twice, then we do have to toss our Sanji to save. Maybe that's not that bad though. I mean, I could just block to save it. I could also... So let's see, we can guard a 9k swing. You leave 3 down up. We don't kill him. You save it by tossing the Sanji, and then we just block. I guess the only difference is that we can use Sanji for Luffy. Yeah, I guess it's not really. I mean, I guess if we top deck the 3 costs, then we probably should just use everything to save it. Oh, I guess we could have found Nami too. Because Nami doesn't do anything if we can't find the 3 costs. Yeah, maybe I should have just done it. Yeah, he definitely has enough counter actually. So I guess actually it would make more sense to save, because if we're not going to use the Sanji anyways, then it would make more sense to save. But even with boost, he still has enough counter, I think. If Nami finds boost. We just needed to play the Zoro. Or find... If we also had another Luffy that could stick too. Because problem is we like committed too much into Sanji's without a Tashigi. And when you do that, then it's then you never have a Sanji stick. So you kind of actually need a Tashigi to go Sanji's. But I saw too many laws into Sanji, so I had to do it. I had to go for it. Couldn't resist. Okay, let's see. Tough break for Regular Luffy. But to be fair, we just keep making mistakes on Regular Luffy. Another Emu. Okay, they're gonna go second. It means we need to find Zoro. Let's see. This hand's alright. It's really not that great. This hand's better. This card is technically always better than Sanji just because with Zoro, you can use it with both of them, with Zoro and what's it called? Or with you can use it with the Sanji and the Dead Man's Game. I guess we want to find a Sanji. This is also fine. We can also take this actually. Probably should really take this. Makes me just counter this 6 swing or probably 5 swing since he would know. No, it's a swing 6 probably. Probably. Or yeah, just not swing at all because he knows. Makes sense. Let's see. Probably want the law into Sanji as a follow-up. You can just go into Zoro because Zoro's gonna die anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yep. There's no reason to play Sanji if it's gonna die anyways. We actually don't have any counter. But if we did that counter, we just only want to take 1 hit anyways. He might not even swing, to be honest. Yeah, I guess you always do that, though. There's Sanji. Another law into Sanji. We're just gonna do that because we want to survive to drop this Zoro. We want to make sure we don't die the turn we drop Zoro. It's pretty important that we don't die the turn we drop Zoro. Yeah, because the thing with Law and Sanji actually provides less defense than just making sure we don't take a hit this turn. Another thing with the Luffy is Luffy encourages to block more than just taking 1 Sanji hit, so. Oh, is he gonna kill Inami? Or is he actually just gonna play blocker? He's gonna play blocker actually. Okay, that's fair. Or maybe he's still thinking about it. Oh. Wait, this still doesn't work though. Do you not math this? This still doesn't work. Ironically, if he did rush us, we are dead. Or no, that's not true. Well, actually, maybe it's true. I was gonna say if you like used the boost event, but oh, now you have a 2K. Okay, that's something. This card is dead actually now. Probably. Almost certainly dead actually. That's fine. We're gonna start dropping laws. And then we're gonna have Dawn up, so it's fine. Let's kill this card. We don't have any counter anyway, so it doesn't matter. Okay, now we're at 1. We have way too many Sanjis actually. We actually drop double law this turn. Slow key might be worth it, but it's not worth it because we have Zoro, and we want Zoro to at least get a few swings in. Is he going to defend this card? That's interesting. Oh no, okay. He's gonna kill this card. We're going to Lawn to Sanji again. We're gonna block all these 7 swings. Well, probably. No, yeah, we block all 7 swings actually. Because yeah, we don't need this Nami because we're gonna bounce another Nami next turn, so we kind of don't need it. And then we'll probably block with our law. Seven with leader. He's doing that first. It's interesting. What the? He's gonna have it? I mean, he just won now. Not only do we just win now, we don't even have to go for game. Actually, we won't go for game because he has 3 life still. And then, yeah, we just go for game next turn. Well, I mean, this game is a little fortunate that it doesn't even have the chain. Yeah, now he needs to play a double blocker, or else it's just like almost very easy. He's not gonna clear both Sanjis. We still have our Nami. He's going for the Sanji. Yep, we'll find Don up and we have some 1k, so plenty of counter. He actually never removes it anyways. I actually really even need to counter or toss a card from hand for that. Okay, when we DMG. Let's see. We go 5, 6. Don't attach anything to anything else though, because we just put the rest on 0 anyways. This plus this, swing 3 times on 1 life. There's no way. It's not possible actually. Yep, but we have 1 more swing, so our law. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Does it actually just be 1 more? That's the question. Okay. This will be the last one for real, and then we'll be done. This hand's like kinda bad, but we have double Charleston, we have our 5 Don play. So maybe we keep it. I think I want to take this actually. So I actually kind of want to find the 1 cost Nami to give Don for his next turn. Okay, just kidding. I guess we have to take this. Oh, there it is. Well, now they're both going to bottom, so it's not even worth taking this anymore. I guess we just take a Sanji. Unfortunately. Yeah, normally we'd be able to stop this swing too, but we were aggressive. Oh, here it is. Okay, I guess it's fine now. It's alright. We don't even have a law, so this is gonna be really bad if we don't find a law or like a 6 cost Luffy. We should also find a 6 cost. Maybe I should have took another one of these to find a 6 cost Luffy. Actually, wait, no, 6 cost Luffy is the same. It doesn't it gets bounced still. No, it has to be law if it's no Tashigi. So, but the good news, we just play double. Or not double, we play Sanji and 0, the card we just drew. We don't summon the 0 first to play around a potential. Oh, he blocked that? That's crazy. Our hand is like almost so bad that we want to play the 0. It's like kind of how this is right now. Because normally we won't want to play the 0 if you don't have Red Rock, but okay, actually we do find the law, so here's a decision now. So yes, the benefit of, so the good thing with if we drop 0 is that we do have 1 Don at least. So if they Red Rock, They're at 10 down though, so yeah, it's actually not even worth the idea of them not using a Whitebeard event this turn. Well, it's actually kind of interesting though. I guess we also could be dead if we drop Zoro. I don't think they'll go for that though. You could also always drop Zoro later too, actually. Yeah, you can drop Zoro next turn potentially. And then we would have Dawn up for Charleston. This also allows us to swing our Zoro this turn. Maybe it should be a 7 swing though. I probably should have spent a 7 swing, to be honest. But it's basically the same thing. Okay, he doesn't have the 10 beard by default. So it's possible they could just like not find it. This happened to me before. When playing ace. Oh, okay, he doesn't have it. That's kind of nice. We actually low-key could just drop Zoro. I actually kind of like it now. Oops, I already pressed it. It's fine, actually. I mean, I should have done that though. I really shouldn't have done that, actually, to be honest. Because we were like, it was actually only scared of the Newgate swinging into our Sandra. You probably shouldn't be scared of that. Okay, and then we can drop Zoro. Probably Regs rocks it though. But at the same time, he really wouldn't. I might beat us at that point, so. To get the block. I guess we also don't have to play over this Nami, because we do get 2 Dawn back. With 2 Dawn is enough, is what we need to be able to Charleston. He almost certainly has Zoro now, or Red Rock now. I don't know if I like this play. I think ideally we'd actually just be playing Luffy as our one card that we play. But yeah, the odds of him not having Red Rock is kind of low, so maybe. But the other thing is that he doesn't establish a blocker and a way to deal with Zero this way. He can play a Marco, but then he doesn't attach a Dawn. He doesn't establish no Newgate, which is like, in this situation, because he didn't play another one, he's not going to establish probably either Newgate, which is kind of good. Swing 7. Take that. We're not scared. Wait, he doesn't have it. Okay, I think we just won now, actually. Yeah, he doesn't have it. We don't even have to go for game either, is the crazy part. Go really crazy, double Zero or double. I guess the only thing is that there would be no reason to do this because or double. There's no reason to do double because yeah. So what we do is we poke first, and then we wreak havoc with Zero. As we had Nami, we could have like tried to look for a unblockable. I think I just try to kill a Nugget. It's probably actually like a really bad play. Try to kill a Nugget. I guess we also could just swing face. Is that too crazy? There's no way we have enough counter. Let's see. Kill these. I mean, actually, we don't have enough counter if we don't kill the Nugget, is the thing. So, that means we probably have to kill the Nugget. But what are your chances that he doesn't have this? Probably not that high, actually. So. Ooh, yeah, maybe this is too greedy. Probably was actually. I guess what I could have done is not attach the Don to Luffy and Zoro. Probably was actually just. Well, we do get one card though. It's like the same. Actually, there's no way we have enough counter. So, kind of cooked. Yeah, moral story, we should have kept that Nami. So we could have found a Sanji or a... Yeah, we don't have enough for this. Actually, it was like a... Oh, he was actually pretty close. We were actually almost had enough to go remove it. If we remove it, we do survive too. And you didn't have the red rock. Yeah, I guess actually maybe it wasn't that bad. But if we don't give these, we have to give Don to Luffy. If we don't give Don here, that's 17. I guess it depends on what, I forgot which counter you use. Because it is one more because you swing twice with the Zoro. That hits the one that isn't blocked, so. Could have also swung 8 with these Sanjis, but I guess that wouldn't make sense. But yeah, if we had the, or actually, if we had the Sanji into that. He had 8k counter. Or he technically had 10k counter. No, he had 10k counter because 5k twice. So we would go 16. Sanji costs 2. We have 2 more Dons, so it'd be 17. Oh, he had exactly enough actually. Yeah, he had exactly enough if we'd done that. Because the last card is a 2k. Okay. Interesting. And yeah, if we find DMG, we just lose. Well, it's not necessarily true. Because I guess we could swing board, but definitely lose, so. I did say that was the last game, so I guess we will end there. Yeah, going first versus ace can be pretty rough, but also I think, yeah, we could play that differently too. All right, so probably be streaming again Monday. Next time we stream. Thanks for everyone who stopped by. Give a follow or subscribe. We appreciate it. Yeah, let's see, what deck will we be playing Monday? Probably be playing Lim again Monday. Probably Lim. And then we'll see what we play Tuesday, I guess, actually. So, yes. Thanks again for following and subscribing and stopping by.